And a warm welcome here to the Bowls New Zealand coverage. Well, day 3 of 4 of the Summerset mixed pairs. We're at the Alexandra Bowling Club, one of 13 clubs around the Central Otago region. A very busy time around Central Otago with all of those clubs having a section and post-section play. And joining me now is Steve Bill. You won a title, the Fours title, a couple of years ago here at this particular venue. You're also the facilities manager at Bowls New Zealand as well. And we're looking forward to a couple of great matches this afternoon. And who have we got coming on in this first match?
Yeah, we got very good combinations here, and looking across the green, there is a lot of very good players. So first up for today, we've got Rob Ashton playing out of Carlton, but also a member at Johnsonville in Wellington, playing with his fiancée, Linda Ralph, also from Carlton, Cornwall. And they're playing the Bart Robinson combination of Bart and Leanne Polson. Bart's Helensville in the North Harbour. But also a dual member at New Plymouth, and Leanne Polson plays out of the Papakura Club in thing there. But she's also a member of Broad Beach in Australia on the Gold Coast, so she gets over there to play a wee bit, in especially the winter carnivals and things like that.
And do we have any national titles out of that combination, the fours that we just had there?
Rob's the main man there.
Right.
He's got 2 national pairs titles. He won a few years back.
He couldn't actually tell us the years himself.
No, well, he's won so much. He's a bit of a legend round the greens. So, but yeah, very quick to point out, he's got his silver star and all those things, and a 487, I think it was, centre titles in Wellington. Might have been 33, I think he said, but it's he's got a very stellar resume.
Well, Leanne Paulson herself, now she's, I guess, come through later in life to really bring up her career.
Oh, has she? What? You know, she's only been playing 8 years, and she's already a member of the New Zealand.
She's only a junior then, isn't she?
Almost. Just out of, yeah. And she's already a member of the New Zealand High Performance Squad. She's been in that since 2019, and now she's just been selected for the multi-nations.
Well, let's just point out on the camera here, who have we got?
That's Linda on the mat in blue. That's Linda Ralph. She's playing with the dark blue bowls, and she's pairing up with Leanne Polson. Leanne's got the black and white speckled bowls.
Well, we know she belongs to a club in Queensland, but she's also advertising Queensland. I don't know, some tax department or something like that in Queensland, it seems to say. Yes.
Oh, with composite combinations, it's a matter of finding a shirt that you've both got, or
exactly.
Sizes fit and bits and pieces. So,
well, in the blue with the Roadrunners on the back there, that is Rob Ashton, but it is with the bowl here, Bart Robertson. See what he can do.
So Bart's and Rob's bowls are fairly similar in colour, so we're just going to have to keep an eye out there. So
they've got the stickers on, haven't
they? They've got sort of a red and white sticker on for the that's the Ashton Ralph combination.
So they have the white stickers.
Solid white stickers for Bart and Leanne.
Let's have a look at this style. He said he's still pretty good on the drive, he said.
Yeah, he's just letting them go a wee bit at the moment, but he's had a car accident, he was saying, so he just can't quite get down like he used to. So he's still pretty effective, and Rob was well known in his early days for having a very prolific drive.
We're just seeing Bart here, how low he crouches almost.
Yeah, no, he's always had that style.
And I think we've got both the men mic'd up, is that right?
That's right.
Oh, there we go. We can see the mic there. Oh, I don't know if he'll be happy with that one. Seemed to almost bounce out of his hand, didn't it?
Yeah, as he said, he just can't get down like he used to. So if he's just round that, he's... oops.
It almost came off in the end.
Yeah. Yes, one of the other things you'll notice about Rob, he's sponsored by a local chewing gum company, I'm sure.
Constantly on the chewing gum, yes.
He's constantly on it. I remember he was in the Champs event last year indoors in Dunedin, and he was chewing away there, so it's all good.
So what are we looking at this first jack here in this first end?
Well, they're just trying to find where the lines are in the deck, and Rob's just found the port there. So usually in the first end, I'm a great believer in, or first ends, is just trying to find your line and let the weight come. So that's what they're trying to do here, and with Bart and Leanne holding a couple of shots here. So
message from Alex Reid. He said it was Rob was the man who printed off these stickers that we're using.
Oh, okay.
There
yeah,
you
well,
go.
Rob's got bowls interest, I suppose, for want of a better phrase, and so he sells bowls and bowls equipment and associated. So he's, I think if I'm right, it's Muzzy stickers or something along those sort of Muzzy shirts, Muzzy stickers.
Didn't quite come off in the angle. It was almost like a snooker shot.
Yeah,
You got the angle right.
We got the angle to run up. Yeah, so Bowls New Zealand's obviously, according to Alex anyway, subcontracted our printing of our bowl stickers to Rob's company.
And now we have the two women coming down. It is Leanne Paulson in the black, and in the blue, Linda Ralph. Let's see if we've got a bit of international style coming out of this one for Leanne Paulson.
Leanne's very deliberate with her whole pre-shot routine. It's pretty much the same, bowl for bowl.
That looked very smooth.
Yeah, no, it's well practiced.
Quite wide. It'll be interesting to see where it starts to come in.
Yeah.
Whether it's deeper or whether it's earlier.
Well, it's probably more she was heavy on that. She's just off the centre line, so just the camera angle again, folks. You know, we look at the head on the TV screen, we see what you see, and it's at times there it's what looks obviously the shot sometimes is not. So as we look in here at the moment.
And how does Rob feel about that?
He's walking it in, so he's not doing too bad. Rob had he liked to get on the head. I remember in the Champs, so we had to remind him. That's why we've got those two white lines down the outside of the rink there.
Stay out.
That's stay out of zone.
At the moment, as we see it here, we're looking at. Ooh, that's coming around nicely.
Yeah.
Are we looking at?
It's certainly two shots to the white disc bowls, plus the one at about 11 o'clock could well be counting as well. But so Rob's wanting Linda to play up with just a little bit of weight through those bowls for the chop and lie shot, or grab the jack.
Interesting with the eyesight there of Linda Ralph. Even when she was bowling, she didn't look down at her delivery. She was looking at where the jack was.
Oh, she just played a bomb. She's
Yeah,
cut
it helped.
Yeah. Yes, well, different players in terms of their style or requirements. Some, are taught to look down the line, so they're looking out to where the bowl's
Should you be looking at your bowl coming out of your hand, or should you be looking
whatever
down?
works for you?
Okay.
You get some people like myself. I bowl blind, so to speak. So I'm just looking down at the ground. So that's one to the Robinson combination. Bart and Leanne start off with a one. Great last bowl by Linda Ralph to cut the numbers back, because it looked like they were holding at least two, possibly three. Yep.
And then for this end, you can switch around a little bit. Perhaps we should explain the 2-4-2 for those who aren't familiar with mixed pairs as well. As we have Bart Robinson starting off the second end. Let's see.
Yeah, it's pairs have multiple sort of combinations here. You can play it the traditional 3-bowl pairs where the lead plays 3, the skip plays 3. you have 2 by 2 by 2 by 2, so there's a lot of walking in that sort of in that game. You've got the 2-4-2 where the leads and everyone alternates. If you lead and play skip in the first end, you play in the middle of the next, so you're playing 4 bowls in the next one. And internationally, it's a lot of 4 bowl pairs. So
but
it's certainly my favourite discipline.
In this case, we're doing the 2-4-2.
Yep. So last time, Leanne and Linda led off. They played 2. Rob and Bart came down and played 4. And then Linda and Leanne played 2. So now it's the male's turn. Going. Playing 2
You'd
first.
almost get dizzy, wouldn't you?
Oh, it's a lot of walking. That's why we only have 14 ends, because it takes as long as at least a game of 4s.
Well, let's have a look at where we're sitting now, just after the first couple of bowls each.
So Bart's got one about 1.5 feet in front and
Is that
foot
at
wide.
9 o'clock almost?
Yeah. So he's at 12 o'clock and 9 o'clock. So
It's a
it's a
solid
good
start.
Solid start. Got to be beaten.
Now, when you go on a plane, you take your bowls on as hand luggage, can you?
They get a bit funny about that sometimes when you're going through security. They
That's what I was
it goes
thinking.
through the X-ray machine. You get
So-
called over sometimes.
Yes.
Go, what are these?
Because how much would they weigh? If you put them together and you take them on?
Set of 4, you're talking about 7 kilos sort of stuff. So most people put it in, in the luggage.
Which
and
takes you up quite a bit.
Yes, you need to pack sparingly. But like it's some like myself, I just throw them in a suitcase and run with a backpack. Others will pay the extra and get the extra seating and extra bag sort of thing. But
I could just imagine if you had to go to the United States with these as hand luggage.
yes,
Oh,
I remember coming back from Australia. I'd bought a new set and it came up in my luggage, and you get shunted down this lane, and for a please explain, and they didn't quite believe you until this is what it is. If they haven't seen what a bowl is or whatever, it's
they would probably just looked at it and go, okay, just go on through, that's fine.
Yep. Okay, so Leanne sort of grabbed the jack. She was a wee bit heavy and narrow with her first, but it's not all bad. Not a bad result.
Well, it certainly is quite difficult for a lot of sports people travelling with their gear.
Yeah.
For tennis players, for instance, if they're put in the hold, sometimes it alters the string tension.
It would.
Yet, if they take them on now, it can start getting a little bit contentious, and people don't like you taking on a weapon as such.
Yeah.
Same with squash rackets as well, badminton, and so it becomes an issue. And
Yeah,
even
and especially with the airlines being
very
more
strict.
pedantic now
Very
around
much.
weight and size, and and the whole security stuff. The world's changed, obviously, but
Also had issues with basketballs going on with the Harlem Globetrotters one time travelling with them.
all right.
And you've got to let the air out of the basketballs. And they're like, you're kidding. Oh, it could be dangerous.
Okay, so the air pressure might have. Oh,
Well, no, they didn't
goodness.
care about that so much. It wasn't the pressure. It was more that, no, you could be using that in a dangerous way.
Oh, goodness gracious.
Same with rugby balls. We've gone on with a rugby team where it was like, you can't bring that on.
Oh, dear.
So, there's issues.
Yep.
It's not like you're going to get out the bowls and go down the aisle. Although there is an idea there.
Well, I've been part of some crews when staying in hotel rooms and having bowls practice down the hallway. That's been known to happen.
I've seen hallway cricket
Yep.
in a hotel. Yeah, that had to be shut down fairly quickly, you can imagine.
I'm sure.
But hallway bowls.
Yep.
I'm sure none of these competitors have partaken in that. In the meantime, it's a race down the greens. It is the blue against the speckled, and I think we'll call it a draw.
It's just running on, so it's the shot to the white, or the white disc bowl, the black one, is holding shot, and the deepest bowl there, the dark blue of Linda Ralph's, the second shot. So they're just, because Leanne sort of snuck that jack around the corner a bit and gone deep, it's the earlier bowls have to be navigated to get something close again.
Well, just on the weather conditions today, it has, well, heated up. It was overcast this morning, and then the sun threatened to come out and be very warm. Just snuck under the cloud again. If it does come out, it will be another very hot day here in Alexandra, the headquarters of the Summerset Mixed Pairs. Here's the instructions coming in from Rob.
Wasn't it hot yesterday?
It was. It's,
you know, 7 o'clock, and it's... Whew.
Well, I was actually up at the clock today. Went for a walk up the hill, and just so I could tell the time, went up and saw the famous Alexandra clock
on the hill.
Can't believe it got put up in the 60s.
Yep, no, it's sort of one of those iconic landmarks. Here's Linda. Great.
That's very nice.
Yep, Rob's happy with that.
Just the interplay between the couples there. It's almost like, of course I was going to do a great bowl.
Of course. No, isn't it?
No wind today.
No wind. The flag's not moving. So there's 4 games today for this crew on this thing there because of the number of qualifiers. There was more than 64.
Are we still on the time limit?
Yep.
But that goes tomorrow when we get to the quarters, semis and finals.
Yep, that'll go tomorrow. So, but we just got to keep them on a time limit at the moment to just ensure that we're not here to all hours, and it's a long enough day as it is. But very good effort.
Does it stay? Which one are you thinking?
For the looking at that, it's
to
measure.
Yeah, she's like that.
Yeah.
I'm not going to guess.
She's
having another look.
Yeah.
Okay, you heard that? Come and have a look. I don't know.
Yep.
Just while we're taking another look at these bowls here, who's closer to the jack. So Bart Robinson, which clubs? I believe he's 2.
Yep. So he's Helensville and on the North Shore.
Yep.
Out in the Wops, and he says he likes to play with his brother who lives in New Plymouth. So he plays a sub down there so he can go and play in competitions with his brother in New Plymouth. So Bart gets round a bit. He's well-known figure. He's won multiple centre titles in North Harbour.
Right.
Very good bowler, and a representative player for the centre as well. I believe he's got the singles berth for the upcoming inter-centre event. So by the look of Rob's shot there, because he's running at the head, he believes he's down. So we'll see what
what's
Leanne
thinking
thinks
here with the fingers. You can see though in the background Linda Ralph saying, "Look, I still don't know." And the men are looking down and going, "Tell us something." One shot.
Okay, Leanne believes they're holding.
And Leanne Paulson, Papakura in Auckland, but also Broadbeach. Just up the road from Surfers.
Yes, it's a very good club there. It's some very good players play out of there. Most notably, probably Ryan Bester, Canadian champion, world champion, Commonwealth Games champion. That's Rob.
Here we go on the drive.
He's not far away. Oh, he got them both. Wow.
Well, you could just see Linda Ralph. She's quite expressive. How does this change things, Steve?
Just get the other camera angle. It might. Oh, change things. Made 3 of it. Those bowls must have cannoned on to
3 and a measure. Oh, a long measure.
Yeah, so Rob cleaned his own out. Well, he hit the target what he was going for, but it's concertinaed onto their other bowls. 4.
To confirm on that, yes, 4.
Yeah,
Okay.
you know, it was a measure for shot. When the dust settles, 4 down. That's not the result Rob was looking for, obviously.
So at the end of 2 ends, going into the third, that is a big lead for
It's a good
Leanne
start
Coulson.
for Bart and Leanne. It's a very good start. That's what just allows them to settle in, and you see Bart there moving the jack in with his bowls lifter, so Bart's got a wee bit of a back problem, so it just helps him pick up the bowls and the likes there. So another essential piece of equipment for bowlers.
Steve, I'm very curious as to, well, Rob Ashton, how he's able to get so much accuracy when he can't get down low completely anymore because of accident, yet he's still able to almost bounce it a little bit to start with.
Yep.
And get it so accurate. That's difficult, isn't it?
It is. It's not in the book as being ideal, but it's well practiced, and so he knows what he's doing. The only people that get really upset with it, obviously, is the greenkeeper. If he's leaving a divot, if it comes out a bit high or whatever. But great start there from Leanne. It's just after you pick up a 5 and you throw in a side toucher, it just adds to the pressure of the situation.
So you can see Leanne Poulsen here with the, we're calling them black speckled. And you can see the other bowl in front. Well, that's the more deeper blue with a white circle on it. Is that the one with a white circle? No, that's
the one with the check, the red and white sticker. So that's a good start from Leanne. 1 in, 1 on, 1 behind. That's textbook.
So Linda Ralph here from the Carlton Club in Auckland. Just holds that one up and walking down. Still keeping an eye on her bowl. Gee, interesting combination over there in the other rink. You can see 1, 2, 3, 4 all lining up behind each other.
Yeah, on the centre line too, by the look of it.
In the meantime, the 2 men here wander on down for their first bowls. A little bit of a low 5.
And Rob's missed it.
Yeah, I was just like, okay.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah. Bit of a hard shot character that he is.
Yeah, he's not short of a word.
No.
And he's waving to someone.
I see. Looking at there.
We're not too sure. We might have caught who he's talking to, but no.
No, he doesn't want to wear the mic anymore. There you go. He's given that to
okay.
Mark. Has Mark Cameron taken that? Yes, he has.
Yeah. No doubt he'll be arriving in here in a second.
I love that blockage at the front there.
The
2 bowls.
That takes Rob's key weapon out. Other than he can play all the shots. So, and he's playing the right hand here. He's got a chance for the jack or the bowl, but he's. So he was on dead draw weight.
Now Bart Robertson up to the mat. Gets down very low, almost crouches on the ground.
Yeah, he's out in a tidy line.
Oh, very good. Lovely adjustment there.
You can hear that lovely adjustment.
Yep.
So when someone says a nice adjustment or they've adjusted well, what are they talking about?
Usually means your first one wasn't too flash.
Right, there you go.
And your second one's a whole heap better. So it's
yeah, so that's what they're referring to. What you did in your previous bowl, you've managed to adjust your line or your length,
And Rob's done the same, yeah. Like he's certainly similar sort of thing there, but he's got better line with that one. It was a whole heap different. And generally in bowls, if they say nice weight, that means you missed the line. or great line means you missed the weight.
We're trying to keep you going, keep you positive.
Yes, yes. Yeah, very good bowl.
Gee.
Well done, Bart.
One either side. Let's have a look at this stance and the delivery here, and just watch the little bounce that he gets.
He's looking to play up with a wee bit of weight, but
He won't be happy with that.
no. That's a good 5 feet short. And knowing Bart, this will be somewhere handy again. He can,
Very consistent.
yeah, he can blast them on. Bill Clements holding court there, sitting down, watching. He'll be offering advice to everyone. He's good again. Look at this. That's 3 very good bowls. Toucha.
knocks his own one out the way,
Yeah.
but replaces it.
Yep. So that's
four,
probably
maybe.
made it better for them. Bill's watching on. He likes this one a bit. He's chasing it up. Oh, short again.
Gee. It was a much improved bowl though. Just didn't quite have
Yeah.
the legs.
It's the old story. If you get the line first, the weight will come, sort of thing.
Okay.
There's a general mantra for a lot of bowlers. So because Rob scratched around with his line a wee bit, he just didn't quite have the weight or lock in what the weight was. Whereas Bart, whereas his 3 bowls, bang, 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 all down the same line, same weight, sort of thing.
So now this is Leanne Poulsen with her first of 2 to finish off the third end. Leanne very structured in everything she seems to do there.
Oh, yeah. She's, yeah, as we said, yeah, she's only been playing for 8 years, but already part of the national squad and has been on the Bowls New Zealand high performance radar for a number of years. Rob's asking Linda to get play with weight through the head. Yep, Rob. No, she didn't. Way short of weight.
Well, this is looking like a very successful end for Robertson and Poulsen.
If they can hang on to them.
Yeah, yeah, that's true. Don't speak too soon.
Yes, as we saw a couple in the games yesterday, some major turnarounds. Leanne's out in a good line again.
Very good. Yeah.
So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 at least.
Oh, she's going to have to do something quite spectacular here to actually
Yep.
cancel that out. Not sure what.
Yeah, she's playing with weight. Rob's not getting excited yet. Oh, look at this. Look at this. Oh, wow.
And I think she just did what we said.
Oh, wow.
That's big
One
applause.
shot. That was brilliant.
Are we looking at from 5? It's
One down, 6-shot swing. Magnificent bowl.
Well, she did everything right there.
Yeah.
There we go, the replay. Take us through it.
Just whack and then stayed with it. Just if you played with any bigger weight, she would have rolled through. That was brilliant.
And that is the great thing. I said, well, looks as though it's gone. He said, well, hold on, there's one more to go.
Yep.
And she turned it around. As she said, a 6-point swing.
Yep. That would have put, 10-0 versus 5-1. Yeah, it's significant.
Well, they're on the board, and
Yep.
they stopped that run.
Yep.
I think there was a sly, quiet grin there from Linda Ralph as well. I think she can afford herself that.
Yep. Yep. Don't worry, Rob, I'll fix it for you, mate.
Yeah.
Another good start there from Leanne Poulsen. Bit loose from Rob. So, team's changing over. The interesting thing about Leanne Poulsen, she was an she calls herself a retired horse trainer. So she had her stables in South Auckland there, and I said, "What's the best horse?" And she says she got second in the New Zealand Derby in a Group 1. So that was her some years ago. So, but now she's full-time bowls.
Well, second in a Group 1 is something quite significant.
It is.
Still waiting for the sun to come out fully. Certainly hinted.
Yeah.
I think the bowlers right now are quite happy that it's warm.
It's a pleasant temperature to play in out there at the moment. And with no wind, it's very nice. Leanne's just looking to add. Leanne's just looking for, Linda's just looking for just a wee more speed on from the first one. Looks like she's done that. Oh, she's drawn second shot anyway now, so it's not all bad.
That's quite a nice ball, just sliding around the back. As we have Linda Ralph stepping up to the mat.
Not sure if we're allowed to speak about this, but I've just got a text from Peter Speedy of the Riccarton Racecourse talking about the streaker that was made an appearance.
It was actually a few days ago. However, it was on TV, or featured, I believe, on the project last night on TV3.
Yeah. And Peter's pointing out there was some guy, as a result of a rather large deer, managed to do something similar at the Riccarton Racecourse Club, and then collected his money and then off to the races. We're just over the back fence.
And we certainly aren't asking for any more people like that.
No.
We had our fun as such. In the meantime, this one's coming in quite short.
Yeah, okay then. Yeah.
So I guess as we look at it
No
now...
one's really nailed it, have they?
No. I'm not sure who's got the closest there. There's about 3 lined up behind.
I think I'm favouring the Robinson Paulson bowl. That black speckled one, I think's the looks shot to me, but
And this one looks as though it's going to avoid the bowl at 2 o'clock. It does. However, it doesn't quite have the legs, does it?
Rob didn't get excited, so.
So thank you to everyone behind the scenes for the Summerset mixed pairs. Of course, we've also had the Summerset fours, the national fours. And the winners there, Steve, well, I guess they're taking your title in the men's, weren't they?
I have no problem with the boys that won it. They played extremely well and deserved it, and they were a very good combination.
That was Rodney Greeny as
Rodney
the
Greeny, Zumi, Adrian, and Picky. I think they'll be still celebrating.
And in the women's, it was the fours skipped by Val Smith.
Yep.
A very good combination with Deb White in there as well. A couple of internationals. Who else we have? We had Hemingway in there and Ashley.
Ashley Jeffcoat, yeah.
Yeah. So quite an interesting combination. A couple of, well, I wouldn't say there's a big age difference, but I think we had one that was 30 and the other's just a bit older there.
Yep.
And when you've got those 2 internationals leading, it gets more of a local combination. When I say local combination, one from this club, it was Central Otago and Southland combination.
Yeah.
Who were just thrilled to be in the final and be competing
they're all
against
mates,
big names.
and they go and let's throw a team together, and they got through some, like, didn't they beat Mandy Boyd?
They did actually, and Mandy
so
Boyd, the big name.
Yeah. Well, you don't often see a $2.50 favourite in bowls.
Indeed.
With a full field.
And there were some big numbers. In fact, over the 8 days of competition of both tournaments, 800 individuals around the Central Otago region, which is going to be good for business. I know the man at the hotel where we're staying said, "You guys have been in here a long time." I said, "Yes, we have." That one's a bit loose there for Bart compared to a lot of the other bowls that he's had at previous ends.
But they look like they're holding a couple there. Rob will be looking to change it. He's got to navigate past Linda's shortish ones, but he looks like he's on some sort of track. Is he going to find the gap?
Oh, gee.
Maybe throwing his arms up in the air on that one. That was... So you heard Leanne there. He's got one still. So that's just about the perfect bowl from Rob there. He cut the swelling, but
isn't it always nice if you're the last bowler and your teammate says to you, "You've already got one."
Yeah.
So you know you've got that sorted. Unless you make a big mistake, you have that end, don't you?
Yep. And that's where you just look to beat their closest bowl as opposed to try and draw to the jack, which is we're down for a measure, so it's one out, measuring for more. So Leanne's gone out to her first bowl. We'll soon be able to see whether it's... That looks like it's a bigger rub on that one. Let's go back and check.
Is there any particular type of tape measure? Is there a bowls tape measure? Or
okay. Yeah, you buy them and they're tested and all that. So that's the favourite ones there, like Leanne had, was a string measure. We call.
Meanwhile, we can see Colin there adjusting the cameras. So it was a 1-2.
1-2 the Robinson combination.
Just the one.
Yeah. So that's now 6-1.
Colin himself there from Bowls New Zealand, a very capable indoor bowler, probably more than anything else.
No, he goes good outside too.
He's going okay outside as well.
Yeah, him and Alex won the national pairs title in the indoor game this year. So yeah, very good there.
Flat
but
mates.
because of work commitments, they don't get to play in these events because they're working them. That's why, as facilities manager, I can.
You rigged that one very nicely.
Yeah,
I'll go out and test your facility.
Written into the contract. But yeah, the guys put in, and everyone in the team that work here, there's a lot of work. They're here early. Last night it was, I think Crash said somewhere around 10 o'clock before to get the draw out and have it, do it, check it, get it out, advise people, send all the emails out to the players.
Because I'm not sure what Brendan actually came up with in the end, how many pairs, how many combinations made it through to post section. At one stage there was 66 and it was going and going and kept on going, could go up to 110.
Yeah, but there was some significant results sort of going the other way. I just forget the exact numbers that we got in the end, but it was more than 64 anyway, so now that's a good start. That's more like Linda.
Just drops in nicely as well.
Yeah, nice bowl. Yeah, we got Tamara in the background there as well.
Getting out the glad wrap.
Yep. Is it raining out there or something?
Oh, we may just quietly sneak our heads around the corner. I believe there's a couple of drops. Yes, there is.
Yeah, so
nothing too significant.
They're just looking to protect the cords and all that. Well, when we played 2 years ago in the final, like the sun was shining on the green too, and we were getting wet with these huge droplets of rain.
And that is quite significant drops now.
Yeah.
Quite strange because it really didn't show any sign of rain at all. We were about to expect brilliant sunshine.
Well, there's blue
in fact,
sky
you can
over
see it in the background, actually.
It's a bit isolated.
It is very isolated. And where's the jack? Just in front of the centre there.
Dark blue bowl.
There we go. You can see it. Nice control there of the cameras from Sarah. I really don't think this rain is, well, it shouldn't hang around, but there is no wind. That's the only problem. Some fairly heavy drops.
Yeah. There's a few people starting to wander under the shade. We got Morris Symes in the background there.
Just saying that we do have all sorts of combinations of different age groups as well.
Oh, yes.
And this will really show through in that next, well, probably tomorrow or even this afternoon as well. People would think, oh, bowls. Say, well, just look at our singles champions.
Yep.
We've got Sheldon at 27 or thereabouts, and I think Selena's just a couple of years older.
Yep.
Commonwealth Games rep for Selena. Sheldon not quite Commonwealth Games yet, but he's on his way.
Yeah, no, he's had one test, I think, last year or a year or so ago, and then he's now also in the multi-nations side. So
well, his 4 combination was all of his mates from Southland, who are all very capable bowlers.
Yep.
So I think the average age of that combination was probably 27.
Somewhere like that, yep.
And that's a nice sit down. Look at that. The 2 there from Ashton and also from Ralph.
Oh, no, that was Rob. Sorry. Got my blues mixed up.
Yes.
Sorry about that, team.
Well, there's a lot of off blues, dark blues, and every other blues.
Yes, as we joked when they started there, imagine what it was like back in the day when they're all black. The bowls.
I'm trying to. I do recall watching a little bit, and I think some of the commentary might have been guesswork. No, just
well, for
Stu
some of the big games, Stu Scott, Ian Birch, Kevin Hickland. Yeah, there's been a.
We're on 2 at the present time there for the combination of Rob Ashton and Linda Ralph.
Yes, some of those old games. We've got Alex. He's a bit of a history buff, and he's converting some of these VHS tapes and that into digital, and it's just good to see some of these old games that.
Probably sponsored by a cigarette company or something like that,
yes.
or a beer company.
Yes, back in the days it was. I was thinking it was changed in '93, and the reason I remember it because it was my first intercentre for Dunedin, and the winners of the smoke-free intercentre tide, Dunedin, and 6 of us were smokers back then, and put them out, and you think back and you think, oh, how inappropriate, you know, and yet, you know, but it's taken now where, here it goes, he's just
that's superb, a great knock.
Yeah, it knocked his own bowl up there.
And I think we're on 3 now. That would look like 3 for the combination of Ashton and Ralph. We'll check it out, see whether Bart Robinson can actually stop that.
It looks like he's playing with a bit of weight. So Leanne's happy so far. He's going to catch something.
Oh, he
well,
has.
It's either one down or one up. So he's certainly cut the numbers back. Oh.
How's the sign language?
That's 5 to... Okay, so they were all the Ashton Ralph bowls, so they're having a wee domestic there.
I'm loving this. It's
Come on,
down.
Rob,
Look.
listen to me.
And she's just laughing. So Linda and Leanne are just... Oh, goodness, just listen to me.
They're still fighting.
Right, Steve, do you want to take us through this?
No. Okay, so... but that does look like Bart's bowl, to be fair, beside the dark blue one. And
this
Rob's...
is good, though. This is
going
very
to
good.
change things. Okay.
I believe we're now switched it around again. That is Rob Ashton's bowl, right to the just to the left of the jack.
Yep, the dark blue bowl's Linda's bowl, and Rob's bowl's the red and white checker, just getting the spray put on it now. And the one beside it, just sort of slightly out about 2 o'clock, is Bart's bowl. And that was the one that Linda got mixed up with, thinking it was Rob's bowl. And, you know, we've got 5, and he's going, how can we? It's Bart's bowl. So we've just had our first domestic, folks.
Oh, goodness.
Well, on TV.
In the meantime, it is Linda Ralph up to the mat in the black. And here she is, a New Zealand rep.
So
takes her time, steps back a little bit, just considers.
Yeah, so yeah, Leanne's, as I said, very predetermined pre-shot routine. So she'll be just looking to get up to Bart's bowl, and she's not far away. Just running out of pace.
Doesn't change anything.
No.
Not just yet. Still has one more bowl remaining in this, the 5th end. Seem to be getting through them fairly quickly now.
Yep.
And you never knew all the different things you could do with clean wrap.
Yep.
Right now it is being put around the cameras.
I'm not too sure. I thought we had wee umbrellas for the cameras at one
Well, Sarah's
stage.
got to go out there and hold an umbrella over the cameras.
That'd be for something for the CEO to do, wouldn't it?
He's wandering. Mark Cameron's wandering around.
Yep.
And that is straight through.
Just need Colin to remind Rob to stay on outside those lines.
This is the last bowl for Linda Ralph of this, the 5th.
No, this is Leanne.
Ah, Leanne. Yes, that's correct. We've got Linda Ralph standing behind her.
That's the one. Got the L bit right.
Yes.
Okay. Just looking to get...
That's looking good. Oh, gee.
She did it. Just...
That is very good.
That's an outstanding bowl.
So how do you get
Played
rid
for
of
it.
that one if you're Linda on your last bowl at the end?
You know, Rob's having a look at it.
What's the advice?
Just have to draw onto there. He managed to come round and he could get the kiddie. Kiddie's right next to the ball.
it's going to have to be something pretty special.
Yeah. Well, she did that last end.
Did too. Rob?
It's looking solid. It's looking good. For some
Good effort.
Gee.
So another one to the Robinson-Paulson combination.
But only one, though.
Only one, but as the old saying goes, if you're getting one, they're getting none.
I like that. A little bit of, what's that, consonants or assonance mixed in there. And we can't see blue sky. However, there are still just a few random drops of rain, quite heavy but quite sparse in a way.
Yeah.
How far up here, Sam?
Of course,
Looks
this
like
is
it's
the,
looking out the window. It looks
I
like
think
it's mainly gone, but
we're just seeing from the second rink as well. A little mid
local
conference.
Dunedin derby there.
Really?
Yep, all the players are local Dunedin players. Got Nigel Birkbeck.
So for a place like, say, Auckland, which is so sparse and has so many communities in itself,
Yep.
compared to, say, Dunedin, which is, it's almost effectively one community.
Yep.
How does bowls differ? When you're looking at that, you know that in Auckland, if you're in the North Harbour area or you're in the Western or the wherever, there's the communities in themselves around those bowls clubs. But in Dunedin, it's pretty much the city is almost together as one.
Yeah. Different competitions being played. Like in Dunedin, we played a lot of inter-club where you're week in, week out, you're playing top-level bowls against the best of the other clubs. And certainly back in the 70s, 80s and 90s even, Dunedin was a very strong centre. And mainly I put that down to the fact that we, on a Saturday morning, we go and put our club uniform on, play for the glory of our club, but playing people that have either played for New Zealand or a national title holder or multiple centre title holder, and you just start getting better at it. I'm just hearing myself go, and I can hear Pauline going, "Stop that, Steve."
That's all right. There's certain things that I say that I get poked from tomorrow. I haven't said it yet today. However, when you look at a big city, and Auckland is sparse and it's different, are they playing the same sort of thing? Or is it just more around the, let's say, the Epsom Club or the Carlton Club, or then you have Henderson or wherever?
My understanding is they do have inter-club and centre championships, as most centres do. The big thing is there, like in Dunedin, you're 10 minutes from anywhere.
Yeah.
Auckland, if you're playing at Howick and have to go out to Henderson, you need to pack a lunch.
Yeah, you really do. And that's just the certain thing. So there's no set rule about how one region, centre, city is better than the other. You just got to really play it for where you are, and understand that.
That's right. And each of the centres are self-controlling. They determine what's best for them and the programs and all that. A lot of the programs you could probably go back 50, 100 years and it's not too much different than what it was then. But a lot of the bowling clubs are on bus routes and things like that back in the old days, or in the 60s and stuff. You caught the bus. I remember the Nationals book coming out with bus timetables and bus routes in it to get players around.
Oh, that's quite fascinating. I mean, it really, that is perhaps where some of the programs probably do need to adjust slightly, a little bit more for modern living.
Yes.
The greens are still relatively the same size. The bowls are pretty much the same size.
Yep.
However, the way people live is
like back in the
different.
80s, there were clubs that closed their membership. They had, they couldn't take any more.
Well, I think that may almost be the case with Wanaka now, because the population there has just exploded. They have a very nice club.
Yes.
But I believe it's only one green.
They got one outdoor green and another sort of, I don't know if it's a full size. Oh, great bowl. Linda Ralph.
Gee.
Good ball. They've certainly got an indoor stadium. I can't think of the life. I think it's only 4 rinks though.
Yeah.
I think, and I stand corrected.
I mean,
so
their numbers are going up as an actual club,
yeah,
as well as the region. The town is just becoming larger and larger.
yeah.
And you sort of have to think, gee, what's their capability at that club? You know, what's
That's
their
right.
5-year plan?
And it's not
And
as if
that's where you come in, right?
Yeah.
With a 3-5-year plan, longer.
Well, you know, I'd like for them to get some land to go and put it on and be, you know, like Wanaka rates, be gazillions of dollars. They get gazillions for where their clubhouse is and the greens there, but you know, where do you have to go
Yeah.
to get some reasonably priced land if you're wanting to expand and move?
Exactly. So you've got that sort of situation, and that is part of your role as facilities manager. That a club may say, look, we're struggling with, say, the rates are going up more than what we can handle.
Yeah.
We don't believe we can move anywhere else. Or how do we do this? What do we do? Can you guide us a little bit?
Yeah, it's having that conversation. It's engaging with, you know, the local regional sports trusts and the likes there, where, you know, there's some expertise in it. It's about talking to the council if you're on council land versus if you own your own land. You know, the conversation's quite different if you own the land versus being council lease. And some of the councils are wanting some of the greens back for
But
green
then the
space and
councils-
stuff like that.
Councils are meant to be encouraging, whether it's green space or active, or
Yeah.
active people being active, yet they want to transfer it into some other ways. I don't know what's more active than other
Oh,
things.
great bowl. Great
Gee,
bowl.
we just had
Leanne just
three in there.
punched one of Bart's bowls up through the jack and pushed it to another one. So Rob was 1 up to, here we go again. Great work, ladies. That's the Bart bowl.
And you can see Bart's very happy about it.
Absolutely. So
I understand that a number of bowls clubs do actually own their own land compared to most sports that don't. Bowls has quite a large ownership around the country
oh, it does. It's
compared to most other sports.
yeah, and you know, like some of those Auckland properties are
Yeah.
multi-millions.
Which in itself does sound great. However,
Yeah.
then you become under pressure of, we're sitting on something,
Yep.
but
And
what do we do with it?
And you know, like, and some of the councils are having those hard conversations around whether they should be charging the bowls club commercial rating versus, you know, a lot of them are on peppercorn rating. But like I know of one club that if the council decide to go with full rating, you know, like it's big 5-figure
I would
numbers.
suggest that maybe Takapuna, not that I said that, because
Correct.
my photo's on the wall next door at the tennis club.
Yeah, imagine if the council there decide to do full rates on that.
Let's see, Bart Robinson here looking, well, he's still looking,
If he gets
waiting for it
round
to come
behind that,
round.
that's a good home there.
And it's just staying upright. If it falls inwards, it may be, well,
I
it
think
might
it's
be counted for
no,
something,
I don't
maybe.
think so, but it's that front dark blue bowl of Linda's is closer than that one. But if Rob plays up through with weight on it, it's Bart's bowl will come into play because he's a chance to try and play that. He's breaking into the head now. Very good effort. If he got onto Linda's bowl, he would have done exactly what Leanne did by punching Bart's bowl up.
Good sound. Beautiful. He gets down so low. Comes back up, holds his arm.
That's another good home. Not unhappy there. Doesn't give a shot, you know, create a bigger target for Rob.
As we wait for Rob to go back down. Just a little summary. Which clubs do these players play at? I know some of them are double clubs as such.
Okay, so we've got Rob Ashton on the mat with the bowl in hand now. Rob, dual member. Johnsonville and Wellington is his principal club, but he's also a member of Carlton with his fiancée Linda, who lives in Auckland, and she's part of the Carlton club as well. It's a very well-known club with lots of national champions, and with the Marsics, the Sains, and co. And we've got Bart Robinson out of the Helensville club, and also New Plymouth, Leanne Polson, Papakura, and Broadbeach. And not too sure whether that was a 1 or 2 there. So we will look out the window, see what the scoreboard does.
And we'll just check on that score as we come through. Of course, this is post-section play
Must have been a
of
3.
the Summerset mixed pairs. So a 3 coming up.
Oh no, hang on. No, that's next door, sorry. Wrong board, and Rob's standing right in the middle.
And we've got a 2.
2. Thank you, Tamara.
So a 2.
So that makes it 9-1.
Nice scoring as they continue there. And we move into the 6th of 14 ends of this, the Summerset mixed pairs. We are in post-section play. You've got Dave Worsley and Steve Beale with you. Steve, a former champion of a couple of years back in the 4s, the national 4s, at the Alexandra Bowling Club, one of 13 clubs around the central Otago region.
It's interesting, as we talked about Leanne being the retired horse trainer, as she puts it herself, playing 8 years, but she's got quite a bold CV with, she's won the Aussie Open 4s, so it's a big effort there. She's won the Victoria Open Triples.
We've got a whole list here of all these
she's
titles.
Won the Trust Open Singles, that's the Auckland one, and she's managed to, in short time of 8 years play, 11 Open centre titles out of Counties Manukau.
That's certainly impressive. That Australian Open title would have been really competitive.
I'll
go on. You look it up on your phone.
See if I can find it. It's because that's huge.
Try.
Winning that.
Linda Ralph, just shifting that one out to the left of the jack. Not a bad first bowl. And we now have Leanne Polson coming up, and always so steady, almost graceful, lifting the left leg off the ground for a moment before she puts it down, balances herself.
And we shout out to Stu Scott. We give him a past commentator. He's listening in, so nice to hear from you,
Stu.
Scotty.
Great to hear from you, Stu. Send through any advice to Steve.
Oh, yeah,
he'll pass it on to me.
Now I've got Bob Smith picking on me doing the R's thing.
That's
so
good.
Goodness gracious, Bob, leave me alone.
If you have any other comments and you know Steve Beale, please feel free to text him.
Yes.
He appreciates it.
Absolutely. And if you're watching there, Lily McGregor, yes, I'll get hold of Johnny Mack, especially if he's got some venison for me. I'll be real keen for that, so I'll be in touch. So, look up Leanne Polson. Where are we?
And now it is Bart Robertson. He's been incredibly steady all throughout these 6 ends.
Yep. Bart's had bowls all around the jack. He's going good.
Nothing too outrageous about them, just steady, steady, steady. And that's what you want to do in bowls or any competition, any sport.
Yep.
It's what we hear in bowls all the time. Consistency. Consistency of action, consistency of everything else. And at the present time, the bowls with the white ring, the big sticker, they are from Bart Robinson and Leanne Polson. The other ones with the, I guess, red and white sort of stickers, they are from Rob Ashton and Linda Ralph. And there's how you can see the white stickers, 3 of them there. probably the closest is at 1, maybe 2 o'clock to the right there of the jack, and I think still looking the closest just.
It looks like 2 to them. So Leanne, she won the Open Fours in 2018 with Marilyn Emerton from Kawana, Diane Strawbridge, Kensington, so it was New Zealand, Leanne, and Ling Q from St Heliers, so very much a New Zealand combination. And it was 2018 when she also won the Trusts Open Singles in Auckland. Good to see you on the phone there, Simbo. The cheese rolls are going very good in Central Otago, as they do, so not exactly my cup of tea, being slightly on the dairy intolerance side of things, but happy to share them.
Well, as you go around the regions, and you do, I'm sure you find some particular food that you enjoy in certain areas. I mean, you mentioned crayfish around the east coast.
Yeah,
I'm sure there's a few other things.
Blenheim, the white bait there is outstanding. Really? Yeah, especially with the Hart brothers, Calvin and Kent, mine hosts.
Get down to Southland during the particular oyster season?
Yes.
You mentioned time it quite nicely.
Oh, try to. One of the great tournaments is the one-day Bluff seafood tournament, where the seafood is outstanding.
How's the bowls?
Well, bowls are secondary for the reason you're going down there on that particular day. And my very good mate Pete Barron in Dunedin, he's got the invitation, so I understand that he's going back again. So he's a bit of a legend at that tournament. But yeah, like you're walking in and they're opening a sack of oysters, and there's crayfish and there's mussels every which way you want it, blue cod, sea running smoked salmon, and it's just too good.
Sounds like a fantastic tournament, and I guess that is part of bowls, that you can have the additional hosting and hospitality around it.
Absolutely. Coromandel, I've been to their seafood tournament, and that's the same. And
in Coromandel Town?
In Coromandel Town. And
nice little town.
It's only a one green complex, but you play for an hour and you're off the green for an hour. And yeah, they do it that way, and it's just mixed up tournament, and it's literally about food and hospitality. Yeah, Rob's just not quite going to hang around with that one.
I think we're still looking at probably the 1 o'clock as the best bowl, but
But again, these angles, they get us every time, don't they? But it looks like 2 shots to the Paulson-Robertson combination at the moment.
Still no wind, although still a little overcast in that direction. That's towards or just to the north of the clubhouse.
So Alexandra's got 2 greens. So we've got the A and B green, both full greens today. And by the end of tonight, there'll be one winner on each of the greens, going through to the last 8 for post-section play tomorrow.
Just stepping back,
yep.
Going through a routine. You watch the left leg slightly lift off the ground.
Yeah, that's all very deliberate.
Leanne Paulson here, and steps forward.
Good weight.
There you go. You heard it. Good weight.
Yeah.
Doesn't change much.
Well, just been texted again in that world famous Bluff tournament. We got Mac lining up there. He's got Zumi coming down. Zumi was in the National Fours champion. Right. So Zumi's going to Bluff for the seafood tournament. So
have you got an invite yet?
Well, I said Pete Barron's got mine.
You're prompting that invite.
Yes. I think there should be a Bowls New Zealand team go in.
I think that would be very popular.
Yeah.
Now it appears that the rain
has
returned a little bit harder. The players themselves don't seem to mind at the present time.
Well, they're not diving for jackets, are they?
No one's putting on a jacket anywhere, really. I can hardly see, in fact, I cannot see an umbrella in the background. Maybe people didn't bring it with them. How's the length? Oh, no, the length is no good.
No.
Just jammed there. Nothing's happening with it.
Yeah, we're not getting sort of any signals from Rob or Bart there to let us know what's exactly going on. Here's Tamara coming out to survey the rain, followed by Colin.
And you can see there is a big gap that I guess she's going for here, but I don't think it's going to make it.
No, it's just going to dive away. Ooh.
Nothing changed now.
Nothing changed, so we're going to...
Are we looking forward for the... We're looking forward for the bowl that counts, or not?
I think I heard Bart say 2, but Rob doesn't agree.
There you go. Do you think we should measure? No.
None of them got a measure.
You got to measure. Can someone come in?
Oh,
no?
Goodness gracious.
Can we have, please, Leanne Paulson come down with a tape?
I think he's called the umpire, so... Oh, no.
We do have the umpire coming around the back as well. Get those ones out of the way.
So the one that was in behind was the shot, so as we suggested, the front one there of Leanne, that black speckled bowl with the white disc on it. Right, being super cautious with this, putting the chocks around the bowl so it doesn't fall in or out. No, he's not going to put any around the jack.
All right, from this bird's eye view,
when Bart gets out of the road.
From the bird's eye view, what are you thinking? That's the measurement there to the speckled bowl, just to our slight right upwards, or to the left.
The advantage of the speckled bowl, it's lying on its flat, and the more rounder bits more prominent.
And then we have the other bowl, which has the blue and
so we're not going to
red
get to see
pattern, and we're not going to actually see it.
Oh, we might get to see
the tape.
Tape get out to the bowl.
Hold that thought.
We can see it that way. Oh, it's clearly the dark blue bowl. So, so that's one shot to the again to the Robinson Paulson combination. So the halfway point, it's 10-1 to Bart Robertson and Leanne Paulson.
And we're getting into the 7th of 14 irons. Remember that the mixed pairs are 14 irons. Previously, we had 18 irons for the fours. We got that right? Yes, we have got that right, haven't we? How's your maths?
I've got it. We've played 7.
Okay. Have we played?
Played 6.
You're one ahead?
I'm one ahead.
Okay, your manual scoring is...
not going good.
No, you've given someone else...
Give myself an uppercut.
All right. What would you know? You were just the fours champion last time.
Yeah, well, obviously didn't do the card.
No, you didn't do the card. You were doing the tactics. Who was actually doing the card in that team? Who was the skip of that?
That was Morris Symes, the legend himself.
He wouldn't make a mistake, would he?
No. Morris doesn't make any mistakes.
No.
Just ask him. Okay, where did I go wrong? 1, 1, 1, 4. So 2 handy starts, 2 handy bowls there from Bart.
Is it going to stay upright? It looks as though it will.
Still a wee bit of precipitation out there.
Now, the little amount of rain that we've got,
yeah,
I mean, it's quite heavy drops, but it's quite sparse. Is that going to affect the green in any way at the moment?
It can change the nap of the green and just make it just. Sometimes on many a Toto, the rain actually helps it speed it up.
Oh.
Unless it's really heavy.
Doesn't seem to quite make sense.
No, it
but
doesn't.
It does.
But that's the beauty of this particular weed. You know, like I still remember Christchurch one time playing at Burnside, and the greens were flooded in the morning. So they pushed the water off, rolled it, left it half an hour, and it was already running at 18 seconds again after being, you know, covered in water.
Well, they were having a little bit of conversation, the two men there. And they're just realising that they're on camera. And Rob doesn't have the mic on him anymore, but we can still hear part of it. They were having a quiet conversation. I was trying to hear most of it. And then they realised that the cameras were behind them. Perhaps we may be able to hear things that we shouldn't. And it was just a shh between the two of them. Perhaps it was your commentary, perhaps it was mine, or something else. Not too sure. Maybe they were making comments about their teammates.
Could have been, but it's funny how the mic, some people like it and others don't, and it's great bowl, Linda, Ralph, outstanding. And falls down, beautiful. Yes, the champs, Tamara had me as the microphone runner, and there was especially some of the women bowlers were going, no, you're not giving that to me, and they'd do a runner.
Yeah, I think also for some people, they prefer to have nothing additional on their body.
And it does, funny enough, it's only a small microphone, and because it sits on your in your shirt, you can just be a distraction, be annoying, and if you start thinking about it.
Yeah, once you think about it, it becomes almost a weight.
Yep.
Whether physical or mental.
That's right. Interesting thing with Rob and Linda, Ralph, whilst Linda doesn't have any national titles, Rob's got 2 in the national pairs. They're both silver star holders with the New Zealand titles.
How do you become a silver or gold star holder?
The gold star holders are for the national events. So that's if you win the national fours, national singles, pairs, and now the mixed pairs.
And by coincidence, we can tell you some of those gold star holders. Who have we got there? We've got a few
Gary Lawson, is the top dog there, and for the men, 16 national titles. Then you got the legends and Nick Unkovic, Andy Curtin, and the late great Danny O'Connor. You've got 10 national titles. You go, wow. You got names like Forsyth, Skoglund, Brassey, Ballas, Giddy, Skoglund, Pete, John Murdoch.
Here we go.
Great hit.
And that's
a good hit from
takes
Leanne.
It everywhere.
Yep. So that's a kill. By the look of the way Rob's picking them up, they're going to go back up to the other end.
Now, how do you decide that we're going to go that end again, or what do we do?
Okay, so the laws require that if you both agree, you can play it from the end where it got killed.
Right, okay.
But if you can't agree, then it goes back to the way that you were playing.
Here it is.
Here's
Leanne Paulson.
Didn't look like missing, did it? That's a great shot.
Beautiful.
I was going to say good camera work there, Tamara.
Out there with the cameras, Sarah and Tamara. Right. And so maybe some of the women who have got stars. This is gold stars.
Yeah. Well, that's the legendary Siswin Stanley way back in the 50s and 60s. She was outstanding, 17.
Now, tell me just a little bit about her. She was, for a long time, the dominant force.
Oh,
Where
absolutely.
was she from?
This was out of Waikato, I think. Stand corrected here.
We'll get that phone call coming through, that text.
Yeah, the legend of Millie Khan, 12.
Matter?
Yeah. Rhoda Ryan, Jean Ryan. Like Mandy Boyd. Has only been in the game not that long. She's got 8 already.
Oh, wow.
Saw Mari Watson here playing. Like she's got 7. The great Judy Howard out of Wellington, 6. Sharon Sims, Joe Edwards, Val Smith.
Joe
All those
Edwards
names
is playing over in the Australian League at the moment, Joe. Or she has been.
Yep.
So there you go. So that's the gold. So what does silver mean?
So silver's for the New Zealand events of Intercentre,
Okay.
Interclub.
But not national like what we're playing here.
Yeah, these are called the national. So these ones qualify you for the Gold Star. You hate to sort of say it, but so the Intercentre is second tier to this, Interclub second tier. So through Interclubs, Intercentre, champions. These guys of Rob and Linda have both won the Silver Star.
But then also Rob has a couple of national titles.
Yeah.
So he needs 3 more to actually get into that.
To get the Gold Star.
Okay. Well,
so it's a fair resume that he's got.
Yeah, he has. He was quite amused about it, or amusing about the way he described it as well. And we do have a milky blue sky over to the right behind the clubhouse. So it looks as though we could be okay. We had no real interruption to play.
No.
Just making sure that everything was okay. And no one put up umbrellas or really seemed to mind at all. In the meantime, Leanne Paulson, after that kill on the previous end, it's a beautiful drive, wasn't it? Straight out.
It certainly was. Brilliant.
Leanne
So we've
Paulson
got our own Mike Kernan, a Gold Star holder. Yep. Lance Tasker.
How many has
Peter Sane?
Mike got?
Mike's got 5.
He has the 5?
Yep.
An interesting list there of Gold Stars.
Yeah.
Interesting and long and historical.
Mate, you win one and you're thrilled.
Exactly.
I remember Craig, who was our lead last year. He says, "I don't care what else I do in bowls. I can give up now. I'm national champion." So that's how. Yeah, it's huge, and to get 5 of them, wow.
I could tell you a funny story in tennis and what was the national champs or residentials for a long time it was called. That there was, it was pretty mean. There was a ploy by a lot of players at the time to not let one combination win the doubles title. And they never did win that title. And, it was just, we're just not going to let them win it, no matter what. I think one of them might have won a singles title, but just in doubles, no.
Yeah. I don't care what you do, you don't lose to them.
Exactly. We had that in club rugby, that I don't think I was ever in a team which lost to that one particular club. Just no matter what, we don't lose to them.
Yeah, back in the 70s when I was playing senior footy and playing for the great Kaikra club in Dunedin, the only game that we had to win each year was the Murphy Memorial versus Alhambra. And it didn't matter what else we did, you just didn't lose that game.
Yes. The feeling for rugby for me was North Shore against Takapuna. That was just one you didn't want to lose.
Yeah.
Always these rivalries. Would you say you've got that in bowls around the country, or is there any particular clubs that just have that rivalry in towns or cities?
You can get it, and it's like closer clubs, especially when players move out of one club for a reason or whatever, and they go to the other club. Then they don't like sort of losing. But it's more, I think, there are certain players that you just like to beat, and you can get a run where you just can't beat that player. It doesn't matter how good you're going. You can have your best game, and they still get you. You can play awful, and they'll still just beat you. And
I can imagine Epsom and Carlton might have a little bit of rivalry, since they were quite close in physical distance for a while. Now there was sort of a slight adjustment, but still close. A couple of clubs that are close like that and have history as well.
Although Epsom's, I would say, more a community club, whereas Carlton's you look at the who's who there that's playing.
Okay.
You know, Peter Sane and, you know, like the Mussicks and co. You know, they're still highly competitive bowlers. So they're serving in a sense a
different audiences.
different brand of bowler. And I know Epsom, you know, it's very big with, you know, the community bowls and sort of things like that. So I'm not saying they're not competitive in other sort of things, but just the way they structure their club. Okay, so Bart's getting Leanne to play it with a bit of weight. Try and either land the shot bowl or grab the jack. So she's playing with weight. She's not a million. Oh, it's starting to bite now. Could get lucky. You can hear Rob going,
Oh, very lucky. Very, very lucky. Is it going to stay up there as well?
Yeah.
It doesn't seem to matter.
No, look, she was in the zone. So, you know, good things happen if you're in the zone.
Remember, this is knockout now. We're in post section.
Yeah, you don't get a second chance.
Section players like a pool play or group play, and whether it's football or rugby or whatever you need. And then when you get into post section, that is the knockout rounds.
Yep, yep. Linda's no, didn't catch it full enough. Or it's thin enough to straighten up to it.
And as you're looking, well, as the bowler's going to be looking, it's going to be round to the right where you can see the team in light blue there. That's Linda Ralph and Rob Ashton.
Playing with the dark blue bowls and the lighter bluey colour. I suppose Bart's almost purple, isn't it?
Yeah, looking at colours, it's almost as bad as looking at colours with Alex Reid.
Oh, yeah, that's, well, no.
He doesn't mind admitting that that's not his best.
No,
And,
must be an interesting life to be colourblind.
Wow, he knows his bowls, but sometimes he does have a little bit of issues there with the colours sometimes, but that's okay. He's a very good commentator and very knowledgeable about the sport. I'll be getting a text from in a minute.
You reckon?
Yeah, I probably will be.
Very good.
Does it change anything though?
Yeah, it looks like 2.
It just adds to it.
Yep. So Linda's wanting Rob to play through the head. He's certainly playing with weight, but it's gone. Not sure if that's Bart talking or it's coming from next door, is it?
I think it is.
Oh,
Quite
look at
loud.
this. Oh, that's just out, I think, Mace. No, maybe.
A lot of instructions coming in.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if that really is going to confuse people more. I believe it's actually 4. The combination of Paulson and Robertson. They may have 4 bowls on it.
No, I think it's 2, but we don't know.
There you
Someone
go. Come
there
and have a
with
look for yourself.
Someone on there at the background with Jimmy's pie, no doubt.
I've heard a lot about these pies.
World famous in Roxburgh.
It appears that way.
Had the good fortune to play at the Roxburgh Bowls Club, and for lunch, Jimmy's pie or a Jimmy's pie.
I wonder if we can get the view from up top a little bit, because it's difficult to see who's what there. And I'm not too sure.
There we go. So that's the Polson bowls, this black spotted one. So that's definitely shot.
Yeah. And then what about potentially
the one
behind
at,
or in
I
front?
think the one at 12 o'clock is in the count.
So that's 2, we believe.
2, and I think the one at 9 o'clock and 6 o'clock are just out.
Okay. So looking at potentially 2 at the moment. Well, we believe it's 2, although there has been a little bit of conjecture between Linda, Ralph and Rob, coming out as Ross. Rob.
Well, he's looking to play with weight up in there, and he's just going to hang high by the look of that. No, not Abby. So it was the front one, yes. And Leanne's going to have a measure.
What's with this, brother?
So we get a good view.
Doing the board,
Whether the
flicking it over, I mean.
3. That one at 9 o'clock was in the count.
Nice little lead now.
Yeah.
As we go past the halfway point. Remember, it's 14 ends for the Summerset mixed pairs. At 13-1. Ooh. I've got a little bit of history here. Oh,
So I
yeah,
was right.
Where?
Yeah.
Okay, so we've got the score correct there. 13-1 as the Paulson-Robertson team pull away with this game so far, just past the halfway mark. A little bit of history here. Yesterday we had the Freeths playing.
Yes.
I said to Murray Freeth afterwards, I said, any relation to a motor racing driver? Roger Freeth. Now, many people may sort of, that name rings a bell. Used to drive with Possum Bourne, also with Neil Orport. A few other decent drivers around around the world, in fact. And drove the Subaru World Rally team. Just going through, 1977 Rally New Zealand, his first one, and his last one was 1993 Rally Australia. He said, yeah, that's a cousin.
Okay.
And I just said, he said, yeah, I used to drive with Possum a lot. So one of the very
was
top...
a legend, wasn't he?
Yeah. So that was Roger Freeth, one of the cousins, I believe,
Yep.
of Murray. He said, yeah, cousin.
Yeah.
I just said, oh, no, I just remember this name from way back, and certainly a very big name from the past in New Zealand driving. In fact, got a few top 10 finishes, top 5 finishes in World Rally driving. That's impressive.
Well, it certainly is. Leanne's opened up with a good bowl. I think they're just, they've been quite steady, Leanne and Bart. Lots of bowls around the head. Rob Gibson taking a seat, President of the Bowls New Zealand Greenkeepers Association. Does a great job for greenkeeping. He's sitting down the end there.
We're just seeing on the other rink there.
That's
Nigel.
very close encounters. Yeah, that's Nigel Birkbeck.
Yeah, wonderful bowl,
That's fairly handy start.
Yeah.
So that's Rob there in the
start.
shorts. Yeah, President of the Bowls New Zealand Greenkeepers Association, and does a great job for
because
greenkeepers.
That association would have some semi-professionals or professionals and volunteers like they are at this Alexandra Bowling Club with the, well, they come down and perhaps, catch up afterwards and during, and the 92-year-old member here apparently gives them instructions on how to do it.
Yep.
So you've got a wide range of people.
Absolutely. We've got the consummate volunteer who just does it for the love of it and might get a free sub, through to the other end where sub-greenkeepers are making a very good living out of it. But they are few and far between. Most clubs are very amateur and just can't afford top dollar.
Well,
so
speaking about greenkeepers, Now this is the segue here.
Okie dokie.
Speaking about greenkeepers, there is another sporting event coming up around this region very shortly. The New Zealand Open at a couple of courses. Is it at the Hills and another course up the road? The New Zealand Open, a couple up the road anyway.
Yep. Was it? They're using, was it Jack's Point, or
I'm
they're
not sure.
using?
I mean, there's a lot
Millbrook
of
or
very good
something?
golf
Oh,
courses.
yeah.
I know they're using the
And
Hills.
Russell Coots has got his own private course now
He
as
has.
well.
Good old Russ.
Yeah.
So greenkeeping.
Yeah, well, I've got a son that's a golf greenkeeper, Cam. And just great news for me is that Cam and his good wife, Tori, had their first child 4 days ago. So very timely for me to be down in Central Otago to meet young Louis. So that was a real thrill. But yeah, no, Cam's a golf greenkeeper, or the head greenkeeper at Arrowtown. And they was going through some trying times there with the weather that's been here. We've been getting all the rain up north, but they haven't been getting it down here. So, but yeah, no, the golf, Cam's been all around the world with it, over in America and on the top courses.
He's been on some very top courses when
yeah.
you mentioned some of them the other day.
Yeah, Robert Trent Jones, Oakmont. He was there at Congressional when Rory McIlroy won the PGA. So
Amazing.
you know, he's got to see some great courses and work on some great courses. So it's stood him some great and very good stead. So, and living the dream in Central Otago. So how good's that? And now with a brand new child. So it's brilliant.
Oh, that's great. I'm sure he's loving having his father. Oh, just tips it. And you can see hands on heads there.
Yeah, he was mainly looking for the jack, but he got second prize. So
now, does he get chalked for that?
yep,
Does?
because it touched.
Touch.
Yep. So he just nicked the jack. So I think he's what he was certainly 2 down. Might only be 1 down now. So that front bowl at about 11 o'clock. Just depends how much run Bart's got here. Leanne's willing it on.
So still, we believe 1 at 11 o'clock to the combination of Paulson and Robertson.
Yep.
But then we've got plenty of directions here from Linda Ralph. They're quite loud on the second rink.
Yeah, we must have the mics on the cameras, is it?
Or something, or else they're just very loud, the second rink.
Yep.
There's nothing wrong with expressing yourself.
Well, it's sort of...
You see how high up the mat is on that second rink as well.
Yeah, they've taken the mat for a walk. And given the age of a lot of our bowlers, the noises has to be up a bit so everyone can hear what's going on. What do you want?
You are a few metres away from each other.
Yes.
What would be the point of having the mat up that close? And how close can you actually take it?
Oh,
that one just
the minimum
clipping away.
Yep. Okay, so Bart's just squeezed the jack. He may have gone 1 down. Okay, so Bart didn't give it away.
So he's got to change direction a little bit here.
Yeah, he's changing his hand. He came down the backhand, so he's now playing the forehand. And he's looking to play with weight. He's not a million miles. A lot of rattling round, and in the end, just pushed Bart's bowl just that fraction closer. So still 1 to Bart Robinson, Leanne Paulson.
You could see Leanne Paulson just taking a look there. We've just got the 1. Is there anything else?
No, you've got the red and white checkered bowls stickers there of Rob Ashton's and Linda Ralph. So he's got 3 seconds. So I'm picking that Linda will be certainly trying to arrive to the shot bowl, push it through.
Yeah, so the question is, why would you bring the mat so far forward? And how far forward can you actually bring it?
The distance between the front of the mat and the front of the jack has to be 23 metres. So when you're on the 2 metre mark, the first mark then is the 23 metres. So for every yard you take the mat up, the jack's got to go back that particular distance. So it's tactics. It changes the line. You're playing.
It's like the Malaysian tactics that you have described. How
they're very good at pulling the mat right up to just all of a sudden you're playing a certain distance, and then the lines to the jack have changed. The weight changes. So
I would come through here with a bit of weight. You've got the inside edge of our ball, you're going to get the shot ball. So just come through there, even if you've got a glide off this one. Play right up to it.
All right, so what he's saying there, you've got a little bit of a gap you can come through.
There's lots of options there if you're in the zone, so you can use bowls.
And I don't...
Ooh.
I don't think so.
Ooh.
Yeah, that's not good.
Just throwing it in.
That's not what she wanted.
Yeah, he's got the double teapot out.
Oh, yes. This is Leanne Paulson coming up for the mat here. Her combination with Robertson, with Bart Robertson doing very well. 13-1 after 8 ends of the Summerset mixed pairs. It is the post-section play, the knockout play. You win, you're in. Well, you lose. I guess you can do some touristy things.
And there's plenty to do up here. It's
and we do
one
have
of
the
the great
sun
playgrounds.
out now. Look at that, the sun's coming out. It's a lot brighter. So the little
Absolutely.
interruption that we had, although play did continue.
It's just down to a speed now.
You need to come at it real fast.
Okay.
Find that court, you'll be close.
Well, last time it went almost in the opposite direction.
Well, you started off a bit skinny. And finished skinny,
She knew it
so-
straight away.
Yeah, well, certainly Rob reminded her. That's not a look of... I've nailed that.
It's got pace, but it's no direction.
So that's another one.
And we're looking at 2, perhaps?
No, it's just the one.
Just the one?
Yeah.
And the score going out to 11-1 as we get into the 9th of 14 ends. Things are just starting to run away now. It's going to be very difficult recovery. What's our maths? What's our equation there, Steve?
Yeah, I'm just looking at the board there. They haven't got the one up for have they one up for 14? Don't know. The math now
Well,
is multiples.
13 there for a while. I was looking at
Yeah.
that. I'm not sure about that. It's definitely 9
nice
and 14.
Yeah. So, yes, Rob and Linda are just going to have to... They're just not getting the balls around. That's that one there. So that's 10, 9. Hang up. We got.
Okay, yeah, now they're
Bart's
doing a little bit of change.
Bart's
But I did see a... Well, we'll just go and check on that score, perhaps.
Because I said my card's a wee bit different. I'm one end ahead, but 9 of...
Well, maybe we might get you to actually do a little runner then, Steve, and do a little check, do you think?
I can do
think,
that.
we're going to send you outside to go and sort things out, Steve. And just do a little bit of a check and on your scorecard because well, things have changed a little bit. In the meantime, get ready for the bowl here from Bart Robinson. Rob Ashton on the mat in the blue uniform. He's not happy about that, I don't believe. Rob Ashton from the Johnsonville Club in Wellington and also the Carlton Club in Auckland. Well, maybe it's going to turn out okay for him, just about. Rob Ashton with the red and white marker on his light blue bowl. The other one there is more sort of the purple. And that is Bart Robinson, which is the one closest to the jack. In the meantime, we do have sunshine. And we have Leanne Paulson in the black and yellow, and behind her Linda Ralph in the blue. And we'll just look at some of these 13 clubs from around the central Otago region. They've been great supporters of this competition, and of course the Summerset National Force as well. Of course the Alexandra Bowling Club as the HQ right here, Alexandra District Club, Arrowtown, Bannockburn, Clyde, Cromwell, Omakau, Patearoa, Queenstown, Ranfurly, Roxburgh, Waipiata and Wanaka to the north as well. All of those 13 clubs helping us out here as venues for the 800 individuals around the last 8 days, some playing both tournaments, others just one or the other. Leanne Paulson staying down low. And doesn't look as though it's got quite enough run on it. Just dropping a little bit short at the moment, although it is still one at the moment to Leanne Paulson and Bart Robertson. And we'll get that score updated in just a moment, just to make sure we've got it all correct. Make sure they've got it correct in the background as well. Sometimes the players are too focused on what they're actually doing.
So,
what have we got there, Steve?
okay, so we need to change the end to, we're now playing end 10 of 14.
Right, racing through it actually. It's been quite quick in that sense.
Yes, we were just one behind and my card was right.
And the score is correct at 11-1.
The score's correct, and it's the only thing we didn't have quite right on screen was the number of ends completed, so apologies for that, team. Actually, I should check the phone just to make sure someone hasn't reminded me, and I've ignored it.
Well, you know what you're going to be reminded about, and that's one particular word.
Yes.
You can see a lot of directions there. The bucket hat has come out along with the sun.
And it's warm, I can tell you. I just walked up to the end to check the thing, and the sun,
you've got to sweat just walking that far.
You can feel that, that dry heat that was prevalent yesterday. It's arrived.
Well, it's meant to be 26 degrees today, tomorrow 27 for the finals. Oh, just a little nudge, a little kiss on the way through.
That's a good bowl, Linda.
So the hats are on, the shades are on.
Can I come back here?
Technical glitch just been fixed. You'll see now the score is 14-1. As we said, it was, it's been all Robinson all the way really. They scored a 1, then a 4 on the first 2 ends. Ashton picked up their only 1 on the third, and then with a sequence of 1, 1, 2, 1, 3, 1. After 9 completed the ends, the score is 14.
How's your maths then? Including this end, we have 4 remaining, and to get up to 14 or 15 to overtake on the scoreboard.
So it's 5 ends, so they've got to be looking at 2s minimum, an end.
Wow.
Just hopefully
2 an end isn't actually going to get them there.
But it gets you in the zone, and just sneak the odd 3 in. But they're holding. But they've just got to get handy bowls. Bart and Leanne have just been throwing the round nice and handy all the way.
And in the background, a dog skateboarding with its owner. Well, the dog wasn't skateboarding. He was skateboarding. The dog was with it. It's a beautiful park there, Molyneux Park.
Yeah. Bart's just ruined the party for Linda and Rob. So Rob's going to have to be...
Waiting for instructions there, Rob. In fact, he's like, I'll just do what I think I can do.
He's on an arc to get the jack if he's got the weight. Oof.
So we're still thinking, and it certainly looks like it, that the
purplish
white
bolt,
ring
white
on
ring,
the purple.
Bart's bolt, last one in. It was Nigel Burke and Carolyn Webster in the background we saw there. They're still alive, I believe.
I think you might want to rephrase that.
In the vent. Yeah, well, they're certainly breathing.
Oh, that's nice.
Yeah, well done, Bart. That's...
Walk down because I forgot my lifter.
We have another bowl remaining in this end.
Yeah, Rob's
as
gonna have to
Rob
change
just
it.
walks back, thinking about what he's going to do, how he's going to do it. Taking the hat off now. He's doing a lot of walking.
Yeah. Rob's a chaser.
It's not going to happen.
No. So it's the question, is it 1 or is it 2? No one's saying anything.
No indication.
They've all been down there, so they don't need to communicate it, and unfortunately we miss out.
Doesn't help us.
No.
We do believe that it's a 1 at least, so that would take it to 15-1. I believe it was just a 1 because we did have another bowl fairly close.
All right, Rob's just doing it now, so it's 10 ends completed, and that is
Wait for it.
16. Or was it 2?
Okay, so a 2 to 16. Nice end there. And the score just keeps on pushing out.
That's
tough.
It's starting to get another nail.
It's not impossible,
No,
but it's improbable.
Correct.
Well, we haven't actually seen anything. On your card, what is the biggest that the combination of Ashton and Ralph have got? Just a 1.
Just the 1. Yeah, 1 end. So, you know, they played 10 ends. And
Well,
only
of course,
won
they've
one.
only got 1, so they couldn't have got anything bigger.
Oh, we're sharp.
School C mouse. Yeah.
Beauty.
Oh, goodness. It's
So
amazing
the other
how you can
games
make
on the
it
screen have finished.
yeah, there's a few people in there. Seem to
Actually,
have
if you want to
finished.
give me a couple of seconds, we might be able to give the screens update. How's that? I'll go and talk nicely to Colin.
Can't win like this.
And doing rubbing off the chalk there. Chalk from a previous mark, a previous end.
Playing anywhere near as good, and neither am I. You guys
And Linda Ralph in the background appear to be, well, feeling the heat a little bit.
jumped in the lead, and then we've got a big day, so it's only 4.
The jack on this, the end, the 11th end of 14, quite a way back.
Unfortunately, nothing's come off.
Okay, just a bit of an update from around the green. The Hoft Meredith combination beat Christensen and Aitchison 21-6. So that's Steve Hoft through. Right, the big one was a great game here with the Kelvin Scott, Serena Matthews. You know, Scotty, great bowler, 1:15.8 over Mike Bradshaw and his partner. The Batley combination from New Plymouth went down to the Stratford Low combination 16:11. And I was wrong about Nigel Birkbeck and Carolyn. They did lose, so so they lost to Thompson and Brown 17-5.
So there we go, some of the updated results from matches so far here at the Alexandra Bowling Club.
So that I think
a couple of surprises there, or anything that
not really
should or shouldn't happen. It's gone
not
with
really.
form, as you think, or
certainly
reputation.
is. And I think if I remember rightly, so Kelvin Scott will be one of the games, one of the player teams, him and Serena will be one of the games we're doing next.
Yeah,
so that'll be a bit of a treat
well,
for
when we
everyone.
ask him how many nationals he's won, it'll be a few.
Scotty's
got a gold star, yeah?
Scotty's got 2.
Right.
2, yes, singles.
We'll check it out.
We'll check that all out. But he's got a gazillion silver star ones. He's probably the...
Maybe you can pull your silvers together to get a gold.
If you melt it down, you should be able to trade them in, like flybys or something, shouldn't it?
Well, great to get those results of some of the other matches. Where's this going? It's
handy.
Going to stop beautifully. So that's a 2 at least at the present time. And Rob Ashton is going very straight and very strong. And too strong, and knocks out his own into the ditch as well. So 2 of his bowls into the ditch. In the meantime, it is Bart Robinson, again very consistent as he has been the whole contest.
Beautiful, yeah, just ducked out there to have a quick check. So it will be the Kelvin Scott, Serena Matthews versus the Hoft combination, Steve Hoft and Meredith. So we're in for a treat this afternoon. 4 very good players. Kelvin's partner, Serena Matthews, ex-international for New Zealand as well. So very good combination.
Leanne Paulson has done very well down the other end, setting it up for the consistency of Bart Robinson.
Yeah, Bart's just throwing handy bowls around, and well, it's
just
another one in.
We're on 3 at least at the present time. Rob Ashton.
How short's that one and coming round?
Oh, just so much.
I think there was something mumbled under his breath there. Isn't he getting married?
Well, he did say that if he won this event, he was going to turn the engagement into a wedding, but it's not looking likely. No.
We're on 3, possibly even 4, to the combination of Bart Robinson and Leanne Paulson.
Yep.
Closing in on the end of 11 out of 14. Bart Robinson just shaking his head as he gets a lot of comments from Rob Ashton. Just leave me out of this one.
Yep. Bart's a pretty laid-back man.
Yeah, doesn't give much away, does he?
No.
That's Rob still talking in the background.
Yeah. Bart will be just smiling.
Yeah, exactly.
Saying nothing.
Coming good, Leah.
So that's good. It's over the top.
Stay on, it's good.
Back bowl. That's good.
Where is Linda Ralph going to go here? Same line that she just saw Leanne Paulson?
It looks hard down that side. Got to get round the bowl and under.
Well, she's trying.
Yeah, she's got to get round her own bowl.
And then she's going to really come in. It's almost like a right
got
angle.
to turn sideways. just hanging high.
It's not bad though.
It's good effort.
What do you think? Has it come in contention?
No, I think
No, that's right. You just throw it.
Bart wouldn't be worried about going one down anyway.
No.
He's playing the scoreboard now.
The very methodical Leanne Paulson. Let's see the line, let's see the turn.
Right, effort.
Just a touch on the heavy side.
So it's whether we get a measure perhaps to the 3 o'clock of Linda Ralph or maybe the 9 o'clock of Team Robinson Paulson.
Okay. You had Linda there. She thought she's a bit wide. And was right. They still haven't got a measure in the pocket, those two, have they?
No, they haven't. Are they going to call it?
I'm thinking Rob's taking a walk up, so I think it might be shake hands time.
He's shaking hands yet? He's looking at the scoreboard and working it out, isn't he?
Yeah.
Yes, no?
But Rob wanted to play them back. I think Linda's overruling them.
All right, so let's, there we go.
Yeah,
There's the
shake
shaking
hands
of the
time.
hands,
So the score was either, Rob picked up the meat. He must have thought he had it. So we'll give him the credit there of 1. So final score 16-2 to the Bart Robinson, Leanne Paulson combination.
We'll be back in just a moment with some highlights.
Think age is just a number. Love the life you choose at Summerset Retirement Villages.
Welcome back to the Somerset Mixed Pairs. There's a little bit of breeze now. It is the second game, our second commentary game. Dave Worsley with you and Steve Beale. We've already had one match completed. That was a very entertaining match there, Steve Beale, although they did finish just slightly early as such in that particular game, and that was
Bart Robinson and they were just too steady for Rob Ashton and Linda Ralph. So Bart Robinson, Leanne Paulson,
they go through.
Yeah, so that brings them down to,
I think it's the round of 16, doesn't it?
No, it must be round of 32.
Yeah, round of 32, maybe into the
32,
round of 16
yes.
now, 32.
Yep.
There's certainly a lot of teams, a lot of combinations who have gone through in this post-section play here of the Somerset Mixed Pairs. We're at the Alexandra Bowling Club. This composite team as such. Take us through who's who and point them out to everybody.
Okay, that's Steve Hoft on the
mat.
On the mat, playing. There was Stephen and Pauline Meredith are playing Kelvin Scott and Serena Matthews. So we're in for a bit of a treat, I think, for a game, because Kelvin's been a regular feature of it. This is Serena Matthews. Pretty much Australian bound bowler, ex-Canterbury, Leaston, I think, from memory.
Which club is she out of now?
Serena plays out of Broadbeach and on the Gold Coast.
But where did she start from? People are like, okay, Broadbeach, but
pretty
we know
much
her from.
She was Canterbury, and I think played out of the Leaston club in Canterbury there, and has been over in Australia probably for 10 plus years, really. She was ex-Commonwealth Games player back in the day when she led for Val Smith and Sharon Sims in the triple that particular year.
Oh,
and the
to lead those two, that would be...
Yeah. Jan and Marina Khan were the pair, and Joe, the GOAT, Joe Edwards was played the singles that year, and I think it was 09 from memory. So very good bowler, plays all the time, and of course playing with Kelvin Scott, who's walking up there with the branded t-shirt on.
Which club owns Kelvin Scott, or which club does he own?
Oh, mate, he's got more clubs than Tiger Woods, but...
Where's he playing out of at the present time?
He's playing out of Elmwood, but he's a journeyman, but he's playing out of Christchurch at Elmwood, but he's playing as representative bowls out of Nelson.
Okay.
And he's just been selected for the Nelson singles spot in the upcoming Intercentre. So
he's playing with the
white bowls. So the Scott Matthews combination are playing with the black discs on their bowls, and we've got Paula Meredith and Steve Hoft, no stickers on their bowls. So Paula's got red bowls as well, so hopefully we don't mix those up with Serena's. It looks like solid red versus speckled red, so
yeah.
We're a chance to not muck it up.
Goodness. And Paula Meredith, which club is she from?
She's from Johnsonville.
Okay.
She's
a lot of representatives here.
Johnsonville's a very strong club in Wellington, home of Chopper Knox and other legends of the game. And Paula's been playing the game for quite some time. Very good player, rep player for Wellington.
Well, let's have a look at her delivery here. We'll take a look at this ball. Ooh, sort of leans a little bit to the left,
leans
doesn't
into
she?
it, and she's got the result of
not the result she wanted.
just no.
No, just chips in the white bowl of Kelvin Scott a little bit closer to the jack.
Scotty's got one of those deliveries you don't quite know what hand he's on. It looks like at times he's on the backhand, but he shoots out forehand. He's got a unique style.
But then he's got a couple of national titles.
Oh, yeah. No. The man can seriously play. He reckons he's got 12 Silver Star titles. He's got 9 Intercentre titles to his credit. Which is first equal ever in New Zealand, with him and Terry Scott are neck and neck on that one.
Well, this is perhaps a better line. I think she's moved it across just a little
She's
bit.
coming quicker. She doesn't want an edge there.
Well, Steve, look at that grouping that we have from Calvin Scott. The white bowls there, all
Yep.
gathered close to the jack.
That's why he won the national singles 2 years ago. So he was outstanding, and has for a long time I rated him as probably the best player around that hadn't played for New Zealand. So Scotty's now in the New Zealand squad, for the upcoming multi-nations. So
Let's see this style there. He just seems to switch seamlessly.
yeah, seriously
good
good,
high, mate.
seriously good player.
That one wasn't his best, though, when you
No,
compare
he's
the
looking,
other three.
he's looking to get deep, because the way certainly Meredith, Paula came up with her last bowl with quite big weight. She's looking to drag the jack back, so
So he's prepared for that.
he's prepared for that. He's just covering it. Paula might get lucky here. Oh dear.
Very lucky. You're going to call that luck or skill?
Luck.
And Steve Hoff.
Hoff's he's enjoyed it.
I think he is. Yeah.
They're coming in 3 months.
Okay. Want which way?
Looking here at the first end of 14, of course. We're playing in the Summerset mixed pairs. Bit of a real weather change today. It was overcast, then we had a little bit of rain, but very sparse as such. And now the sun is out,
It's warm out there too.
and we have Serena Matthews with 2 from this end. Interesting stance, the hand on the hip there balances her, I guess, or that's
Yeah.
how she feels balanced.
Yeah. So she's looking to try and just reach up just under that shorter of the 3 Calvin Scott bowls to just try and flick that shot bowl out. We're having a wee change here in the commentary box, and
we
we're
are.
going to be welcoming in Craig Merrilees to have a yarn. So I'll just switch out for a second.
All right, he's just switching around here a little bit. Oh my goodness, okay, we'll hand over a few headphones here and there, and we'll bring them all in. So we're still on the first end, but let's bring them on in. Okay, in the meantime, we'll just watch this bowl here from Serena Matthews. And after this bowl, we'll bring our guest in. Oh, that just... No, it doesn't quite change things. We'll bring them in now. Welcome into you both, Craig and Claire. I think you're all set up there, mics.
How's it going?
And good, we're just going to do more of a swap. I'll tell you, we're just changing of the guard here, guys.
We've got Steve Hoff bowling down the green at the moment, playing his last. Looks like he's not going close to that head at all. Giving it a wide berth by the holding shot.
Yes, they got the shot there. They got the shot there with a bit of a slide there. So, welcome aboard, Claire. You had a good nationals. Yes, no, maybe.
It's been an eye-opener. I'd flown in just a week earlier back from the UK, having been over there for a month.
Oh, you went over for the PBA, didn't you? Was
Yeah,
it PBA?
yeah, wheeled bowls is what we kind of call it. The wheeled indoor on the same size green, different type surface.
Yep.
-5 degrees, so it's a little bit different here.
She had more clothes on, obviously. Thermals and gloves, hat.
Oh, I do have to say they heat the rinks up and the greens up so hot inside though. You had to wear shorts and a t-shirt and that was it.
Wow. So, welcome aboard, Craig,
Thank you.
legend of Southland Bowls.
I wouldn't go that far.
I wouldn't tell him that.
Oh, Okay, not so legendary.
So what's this, our last round of 16?
No, this is
32.
32. These two greens are going to go down.
Oh, sorry,
to,
they didn't get the bye.
Yeah, they're going to go down to 8 by tonight. So it's a long day for these guys.
Very long day.
4 games.
4 games that we had to. We had the beauty of experiencing 4 games the last time this event was played.
Right.
And I must say the games were much longer. So they've shortened them up this time. They definitely were an eye-opener to what it could be like to play 12 hours on the green. Craig and I had fully prepared ourselves to play that length of game, and we had these little techniques like take your shoes off in between every single game, have a meal, like a small meal in between every game. Otherwise you just would have been too tired to keep going in temperatures like this.
Yeah, it was a 12-hour day when it was here 2 years ago. Yeah, when
was it
COVID
was it 16 ends or something, was it? Or
16 ends or
16
2 3/4 maybe, yeah. So we started with trial ends at 8 and finished maybe 8:15 that night. So.
Yeah.
It's definitely getting dark.
Doesn't get dark in Central Otago. It's late. Long twilight.
Not compared to anywhere else.
No. And man, wasn't it warm yesterday?
It was beautiful. We
Wasn't
did
it stunning?
jumped in the lake.
Oh, okay.
Went for a swim. It was nice.
Where'd you play yesterday?
Bannockburn.
Oh, okay. Oh, so you went to the lake at Cromwell there?
At Clyde.
At Clyde.
On the way back, yeah.
Oh, sweet.
It's so hot.
Yes.
There's an awful lot to experience down here in Central Otago, and we were really lucky yesterday to not have to play our second 2 rounds. So we took advantage, had a nice meal at, I don't mind doing a plug for this because the meal was absolutely divine, the Stoker room, and then went gold penning.
Oh, yes. At the Crowell Gorge.
Yep, yeah, and then roasted up there, so jumped in the lake.
Sweet. And obviously, Senior in here commentating with us. You stubbed your toe. You're still playing?
Oh, yeah, no, we had a good game against Bob McCauley and Jane Anderson.
Okay.
Both good players, rep players here in Central. Yeah, it was a really tight game. Unfortunately, we dropped a 3 going into the last end, so we're 2 behind. We held 1, and I had a chance to sit Bob's bowl out in the last to win the game, and rocked it on either side with my 2 bowls, just couldn't shift it. So unfortunately, we're out. But that's what happens. Everything's got to line up in finals.
Yep. Yeah,
you've
it's
got to have a wee
interesting.
bit of luck
Dave
on your
asked
side.
the question, how much does luck sort of come into play? And as you say, like you're in the zone, you get an inside rub versus an outside rub, and it's a different ball game.
And we got the both. Inside rub with the first one, outside with the second, and couldn't move it. But it's one of those things. You've got to give yourself a chance, and but yeah, to win these events, everything's really got to line up. You've got to have a wee bit of fortune on your side at times. But
yeah,
we also had the last winners of this event playing out with us in Umako today, and they also got knocked out that round as well. Incredibly disappointed.
So the defending champs are gone.
Yeah, Laurie Guy and Sarah
Takamoa,
yeah. They're a bit unfortunate. They were 3 up going to the last end, dropped to 4. So Laurie Guy is currently drinking his way through it.
Okie dokie. Okay, so we've got a few bowls down here at the moment. So
no score up on the board there. Was there?
That was probably should be me doing that. It's 1-0 to the Hoff Meredith lot their team, and being technically challenged that I am, not sure how to do the scoring. Help me tomorrow, please. Or
it's obviously a very good team, this Serena Matthews, Calvin Scott, but Steve Hoff and his partner Paula Meredith were on the same green as us during qualifying, and they played very well. So
yeah, well, Paula's been in the game for a number of years. Very good rep player for Wellington back there, and of course playing out of Johnsonville. Well, not only do they come in and help us commentate, they are, it's clear anyway, technical expert.
Now, Paula's been playing bowls a long time now.
Oh, that's right. You're from Wellington.
Yeah, I have a lot of respect for Paula. I remember in my first junior years being really, really nervous coming up against her. She is a dead eye on a drive.
All right.
I think Serena's based in Australia, is
Yeah,
she?
she's out of Broadbeach now.
Right.
Well, and she's been over there for a number of years, so... So it's just a bit of a loose start there. It's hard to know who's got shot, whether it's Scotty's. Yeah, it's that angle on these screens are
Always difficult.
can be deceptive. It's all right when you got the circles out there, but unfortunately the jack moves around too much for that.
And having played bowls 3-5, they're always a wee bit closer than they look on the screen.
They are. Yeah, you go, oh, we could get some inside that, but you know, you're only inches away, but it looks
Good to see everything going well for the Central Otago Centre for this year after the COVID outbreak a couple of years ago when it was here.
Yeah, that was a bit different, having played the final and managed to rip that off, and there was no one here. There was the umpire, Bowls New Zealand staff, a couple of club people, and people peering over the fence.
Oh, that's right. You were a defending champion going into this.
Yeah.
And how did you play the same team?
Yep. We got touched up by Riker Gregory, who went through to the final, and Riker all through that day was just outstanding.
Yeah, he was phenomenal. Just lost a wee bit of the touch in the finals by his own admission, but yeah.
Yeah, he just wasn't quite as sharp in that, but man, his driving was outstanding. He smashed us off the park, and when he didn't do that, he outdrew us.
Can I ask, so you've been commentating all day, yes?
Yeah.
What's it like, what are the quality of the bowls like in this direction? Oh, just a great bowl there from Calvin, taking the red bowl out of Paula's, probably making it 2.
I think the big thing is we played the 4s parallel to the clubhouse, and it was hard. Let's just say it was a hard rink. And I think you've played on, was it 2 years ago as well?
Oh, yeah, I've played in both directions on this green, and I haven't this season, but the last time I did, I personally preferred it in the direction that they're currently playing in now.
Yeah, we're seeing a lot better heads and all that. You know, and it's relatively quick out there. Did you get to play at Roxburgh or anything like that?
Yeah, we did.
We did.
That was beautiful.
Slick.
Yeah, we loved that. That was fantastic. We played the first day of qualifying in the piers on there.
It was absolutely beautiful.
We got number 1 green or 2.
The one right in front of the clubhouse.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just sort of got to put it on the ground and go shoot.
Yeah, exactly. But you know, we were saying before about the 12-hour day we had in post-section here a couple of years ago. We played everything this way, and it was every rink was brilliant.
Yep.
They turned it round for quarterfinals, but it still played well. But
yeah, so that's 2 to the Scott Serena Matthews combination there. So just starting the third end, and we've got Colin in doing the scoreboard. Thanks, mate.
So it doesn't look as hot on screen there, but I can assure you it is very warm out there.
Oh, it certainly is.
Definitely a good place to hold nationals.
Yeah. Yeah, the feedback from players and the number of people who've actually brought their partners or their family with them to continue on for the holiday, and that has been outstanding. And of course it's the wine country. It's probably the most picturesque place in New Zealand, I think. It's one of the great playgrounds.
Absolutely, there's plenty to do, but just that consistency of weather. You know, it doesn't matter where we have nationals over the last few years. It's always seemed to have been disrupted by the weather, but
we
all fantastic.
We all got wet in Auckland, didn't we?
Did we? Right.
Just a tad.
Yes.
Craig had to, in between games, take all of my playing gear down to the local laundromat.
Okay.
Stick it through the dryer while we...
Super coach doing that for you.
Oh, there was no way I could have kept walking wearing that much water.
No.
Do you know if they have many damaged greens up in Auckland with the cyclone?
Royal Oak was probably the one that got smashed the most.
With the new artificial?
Just put the artificial in and literally sort of says, we've just got to just put the rink markers in for you and happy days. And 2 hours later it's a lake. literally full to the gunnel, so we had to fix that up. But the East Coast are the ones that got smashed. There, the Poverty Bay has an artificial, and it got flooded. Wairua, 6 to 8 inches of silt all over the green and into the clubhouse. So we're just sort of letting them settle in, and we'll go over and have a look and see what we can do to help. Waipawa, 4-month-old brand new artificial, munted. We're going to have to fix that. So yeah, that's
going to take Royal Oak long to get up and running again, the artificial?
No, well, our guys, we have preferred suppliers in field turf, were sort of on site, so they were able to go in there. They sort of took the top 6 inches off the base again and rebuilt it up, and new carpet, new underlay. So, but it's an extra couple of weeks just to get them going again, and that starts concertinaing down for the other clubs that are waiting for us to come and arrive as well. So, but the other clubs around New Zealand that have in line for us to put a green in have been very understanding. So it's really pleasing.
It's quite heartbreaking, really, seeing this happen when you've got all of the most of the clubs here in New Zealand are run by volunteers. They've put their heart and soul into keeping these clubs running and going, and even if they're having an artificial turf, you've still got people that are volunteering all their time to keep the place tidy around the surrounds, and to see them being destroyed like that.
It's a good bowl from Serena Matthews. Foot in front of the jack. Close here from Steve Hoft.
Yeah.
Just going to get on the back of her Serena's bowl.
Probably had the weight, just bowls width wider would have been good. Yeah, well, where would we be without volunteers, in this game? It's been magic. Yeah, well, you guys went round, but I think we're at Omacow post section, and there's the box of fruit, and as you walk in, and there's cheese rolls and sausage rolls, and they just really turn it on here. This is why a lot of the players gave it the big thumbs up to come back again.
Historically, we've had I know that there was a lot of complaining around what would you call it, the carpet surface, or not the actual grass surface.
Yeah. But
I know that the carpet surfaces that I've played on here have been absolutely stunning. One of my favourite clubs that I've been to is Arrowtown. Arrowtown, which had lovely people who came out and brought carafes of water out to the green and glasses, just to make sure that we all stayed hydrated through the day.
Yeah. So, just the message come in, Craig.
Yeah, I saw it coming.
So, do you want to explain, was it something about a 7 or an 8 or something?
Yeah, I'll give you the story. We're in the live stream on the second day of qualifying in the fours.
Right.
And I think it was it was our 4th game just to qualify. And the boys, we crossed over and we held 5. I moved the jack a touch for 7. And I had the last bowl, and David Motu told me that I was just off the jack, so I decided I would try and play a metre short, because I wasn't going to go from 7 up to 1 down on TV. And as soon as it left my hand, I knew I was in trouble and finished about 4 metres short, so I had to shout the whole team.
As you do.
But these things happen.
How much room do you need, mate?
And then it all happened again. A couple of them, well, not quite the same, but at Roxburgh, we were holding 2 shots. I run this shot off for the
Come on.
before when I was up the other end with 4.
Kelvin.
Yeah, very good bowl. And Claire proceeded to play another couple of bowls, and we picked up a 7. But mine one was on the bank. So, so it's happened to me twice this week.
Oh, mate. Okay.
These things happen, but
we'll
just
park that.
We
bit more therapy, and you'll be fine, I'm sure.
But I think it was good for. Just need to make mention. We were fortunate enough to get 3rd in the fours this year, but we had a pull out late in the piece and picked up David Motu, who was down here from Auckland to play the mixed pairs with Olivia Bloomfield, and he was magnificent. 16 years old, played him at 3, and I think a lot of people at all the clubs we were at were impressed the way he played. He was...
Mate, I've been hearing good things about this
Yeah.
young lad.
It was, and nothing against any other team I've been part of, but it was probably the most. It was a very good team environment. I had 3 guys up the other end that hardly said a word for the 3 days, but they got on well. And that David Motu, he knows how to play the big bowls at the big moments, and he was outstanding.
And he's in the
New Zealand under 26s. Yeah, he just got named, and incredibly humble young man. Like he's not sure whether he deserves to be there, but anybody who watched him play over the last couple of days would definitely say otherwise.
It's currently 1 to Calvin on the crossover.
Yeah. This would be a dangerous team, Calvin and Serena. Calvin with 4 bowls. Obviously, we know he's one of the better singles players in the country.
Oh yeah.
Give him 4 bowls and he can do anything.
Yep.
There's a lot. We know there's a lot of good teams left, but this would be one of the favourites in my mind.
Absolutely, and like Serena's no slug. She's been around the traps, ex-New Zealand player, and
absolutely. And spending time at Broadbeach, and any of the New Zealand players that go over there and spend a bit of time, they always come back a lot stronger. They're playing that really tough bowls week in, week out.
Yep.
They don't seem to be getting a lot of turn out here.
Wow, is the breeze coming up? I can see that umbrella's sort of wandering there a bit. So,
having played on this green for 3 days earlier in the week, it was, or late last week, it was turning a lot. So
yeah,
something's changed.
But,
Steve's taking a very similar line. He's going to stay out there as well.
Yeah.
Yes, he's got a lot to play for here, Steve. I think his next one will certainly be a bit sharper.
Yeah, Scotty's changed the answer. Given Serena a couple of options.
Serena was ex-Christchurch originally?
Yeah, Leaston.
Leaston.
I believe.
And did you play the mixed pairs yourself, Steve?
No. Pauline hurt her arm, so decided, I just sort of pulled out. So, and I had the opportunity to catch up with grandkids, so I grabbed that instead.
Fair enough.
But I've ended up having to work with a couple of the team going down. So, what's going to happen here?
Fortunate result.
It was, but that's another one to the Scott Serena Matthews combination. I am stepping out for a sec, so.
Well, thank you very much there to Claire and Craig. Great to have them stepping in, and great to hear about the 7 to 8, or well, 7 as it became in the end. And Craig's, I know, talked about it a lot over the last few days. So thank you very much for their time coming in. And now Steve coming back in. Steve, did you learn a bit there?
Yeah, well, I didn't hear about the sevens, and like it's a cardinal sin if you're holding 7 and you can't add, and you've got a ton of room. But yes, he'll be getting a bit of grief from his teammates.
Sounds as though we've got a little bit of wind, or we've got motorbikes going around, something like that.
Oh, you can see the
bit of background noise.
Big start, Kelvin.
That,
Start, mate.
you heard that. Good start, mate.
Yep.
And the progress so far in these first 3 ends?
Yeah, they're just feeling each other out there. Well, Steve Hoft and that, they had let's say a slice of luck in the first when Scotty had 3 very close bowls. But that's bowls, so if it's going to happen, you want it to happen early. But yep, they're just trying to find their lines, and with this breeze coming up,
it really
the lines are changing. So
didn't we have a shot of the flags just basically limp?
Oh yeah, well we did certainly in that first game. There was nothing happening with the flags.
If you do, Scotty.
Yep.
Just ran on a little bit.
Just touch under green, but he was a chance to pick up the jack and make his first bowl look very good. We get a bit of commentary out of Serena there, so that was all good.
With Claire and Craig, how were they going?
They got knocked out. Must have been in the round of 32 or
32,
64.
Perhaps.
Yeah, they had a chance, but I think the local legend and Bob McCauley took them out. So,
and you can really see that wind has got up. I don't know where it actually came from.
Yeah.
What is this going to do for the bowlers? Do they have to really take this into account?
Absolutely. And it looks like a side breeze, so one side they'll have to go out twice the distance they probably normally would, and probably upwards of halving the distance on the other side. So it looks like it's going across the green from as you're viewing it, left to right. And hence, the bowls are getting help to finish under the line there. So,
Well, Steve Beale, I'm not sure if you were at the singles earlier on. In fact, it was just last month in Browns Bay.
Right.
And watching at Browns Bay how the bowls were just drifting across the green. It was a horrid day. We almost lost a couple of cameras. There were people behind the scenes there, and the building site next door. And there was everything coming in for the beach at Browns Bay. That was very close, of course.
Yep.
And the whole competition went indoors in the end for the finals. But you could see the bowls. It wasn't just allowing for it. You could watch them actually get pushed across.
Yep. Serena Matthews is not going to hang on for that one. That's a good effort. Yeah. Well, I've played in Wellington. And I've played some great days there, so it's not always, but I do remember on one occasion where there's a green full, so there's 8 teams of 8, or 16 teams out there, and a gust of wind put every bowl, every jack, and the mats into the side ditch. It's just a gale come through. And
so what did you do with that? How do you rule on that?
You just start that end again.
Yeah.
So bowls on the flat like that is going to take a fair bit of wind to get them moving.
Well, how much do they weigh again?
They're about 3.5 kilos. So it's
okay. That's a fair bit. I'm not saying we're going to get that today.
No,
I really can't.
No. But it just changes the amount of green. So you can sort of see, kind of see the played through part of the green. There in that sort of long diamond, whereas like Serena was well outside that, and she's still slightly under green. So it just changes the lines that you need, and the weight, the wind can give you an extra yard or 2 or 3 of run, and it can also, you think you've sent it out with good weight, and if the gust doesn't come, you're left hanging.
Well, here's the tennis scenario on the wind in Wellington. One time at the Renoff Centre, a big international tournament a number of years ago, the 2 players playing each other were having so much trouble putting the ball out for a serve that they both said, "You're okay if I do underarm?" "Yeah, I'm good with it." Both said.
Oh, it's because it's moving.
Yeah, it's just easier to just go underarm and play the point from there. In the end, it was just, if you hit the ball in, don't try and do anything with it, then you're probably going to win it. If you try going for your shots, there's virtually no chance.
Yep. Just look, Serena's quite high out there, and you look at it come back.
Yeah,
just
it's coming back early.
Yep, just didn't give it the weight, but.
That umbrella, it's got concrete base, but it's about to take off, I think. You'll find it in Clyde very shortly. So Steve Hoff there. Stays down quite low. Is he allowing for it?
He's out somewhere near it, where it needs to be. So pretty much nailed the line. Very good. Yep. So that's a good yard higher than the previous game.
Surely you're almost telling your brain that, okay, forget what we've been doing and alter this, and your brain's going, no, this is what we've been doing.
Yeah. And it depends. Like some people take aiming points off off the bank or the horizon. You know, they might be aiming for a tree in the horizon or whatever like that, and then all of a sudden the wind, it's changed it. So you got to find another mark that that suits you.
Well, let's see what Calvin Scott's going to do here
Just
with
gonna be
his
on the draw.
interesting delivery.
So he's looking to reach up.
Oh, get the white.
Yeah.
Good effort, Calvin. Good effort, mate.
So Scotty's looking to play through the jack there. In comparison, you know, the amount of green that Paul is having to take here.
Oh, there we go. It's the tap on.
She's still got
Yeah,
shot.
she's still got the shot. Just the
One
one at the
down.
moment.
2 seconds.
You could hear Serena Matthews there.
Yeah.
And what do you need, mate?
Calvin. Shot, buddy. Great shot.
Just lost my notes.
All right, just looking for a few notes. I think Craig Merrily or Claire just Craig Merrily or Claire might have just taken your notes. You're actually sitting on them. Okay, this is what happens when you're watching a lot of bowls.
Shouldn't be allowed that.
In
So there's
the
a good
meantime, very
shot
out
from
wide.
Scotty there. He's very wide. It's coming back, but it looks like 2 to
Well, it's still coming
2,
back,
3.
actually.
I think it was a 2.
Take a look here at this
So
replay.
Scotty's having a run there at that red bowl and just gets the inside edge, but you only have to, that's all you have to hit.
And we are looking at it 2, just about. We are. And we'll just recheck that score. Make sure
Yep,
we've got
2
it. 2.
to Scott.
There we go. So the lead
So it's
progresses.
5-1 after 4.
And you heard it there. 5-1 after 4 as we enter into the 5th end. 5th of 14. I think we've got a old friend of yours coming in around about the 7th. We'll give you a rest, actually, and then we can talk about you even more. Morris Symes is going to come in.
Oh, my boss.
Yes.
He's the skip,
We're going to
super
kick
boss.
you out, actually, and bring him instead.
Oh,
Give
he'll
you a little bit of a rest.
Good man. No, Symes is very knowledgeable.
He's very technical, right?
very technical. Yep.
One of the more technical
Well,
players.
Yep. He's a like qualified coach. He's coached Fiji. He's got a stable of players that he looks after. I think he's Gary Lawson's coach, actually.
Is he involved in a particular club or a greenkeeping somewhere?
Yeah, he's top greenkeeper at Fitzroy in New Plymouth. He was very much part of, well, he was Canterbury for a lot of years, and then he moved up to Blenheim. Applied his trade there. Morris is also the Secretary Treasurer of the Bowls New Zealand Greenkeepers Association. So we saw Rob Gibson on the screen there earlier today. Morris does a lot of great work in behind that, and he was instrumental in getting some training packages put together for greenkeepers and trainee greenkeepers and that sort of thing. So he worked very closely with New Zealand Sports Turf Institute to develop a skills-based training package for
Well, you might
people.
not be allowed back in. This could be so good.
Oh, well, no. Well, you can't shut them up, so you're gone.
I'll just
I
ask
wouldn't
him-
get in
I'll
anyway.
ask him about you straight away.
Oh, no, it won't be good. But, no, and Morris played for New Zealand, and he's, good man.
We'll talk to him around about the end of the 7th, going into the 8th for a couple of ends.
That'll be good. The interesting thing with Steve Hoft is he's part of that Tongan Oceania side.
Okay.
And,
Calvin.
like you go, where's the Tongan come in there, and it's through his grandfather, his Tongan, and obviously his father. So that's that, and he has a connection obviously down here too with Carl Hoft,
That's
the
what
great All Black.
I was thinking, where's the link there?
Second cousin, apparently.
Okay. Yeah, the front rower.
Yep.
A very strong front row at one stage with Hoft, Hughes, Oliver.
Yep.
A lot of stories from those three. Looking at this, so adjusting for the wind again.
Yep, you can just sort of see the bowl's struggling to...
A little bit of a wobble on near the end.
Yeah, just the bowl, the wind's just enough to straighten the bowl up again, so it just makes it that wee bit more challenging.
However, we've got one player on the forehand, one on the backhand.
Yep.
Another touch on Jack would be great.
Well, it would be great. I think every time it'd be great, wouldn't it?
Yeah, well, it just brings another, at least another shot, and it'll make a couple of it. So
Doesn't really follow through too far on his swing or
no,
his
it's just
delivery, does he?
it's what works, and he's got a very economical, and it's very mechanical sort of delivery that he can repeat, and that's why he's so good. If he latches onto the line and length, bang, he just throws them in there all day.
This is Paula Meredith from the Johnsonville Club out of Wellington.
She's just looking, she's been nailing the line up here, so she's just looking for that wee bit of weight. So is this going to be good, bad, or otherwise? It's otherwise. Well, she might have cut the swelling a wee bit, so it's only one down, and a couple in the receiving pocket there with those.
You
holding
could
two.
come under that one. You could come under that one or draw there. Yep.
What's interesting, that bowl at sort of 9 o'clock-ish is in the count, so didn't look it from that other end, did it?
No, definitely didn't. But she seems to think so. Serena Matthews there, just in front of us, stepping aside. Thank you, Serena.
Let's go.
Yes, it's just struggling to let go.
It's trying.
But they're so accurate for every other bowl that he's let down.
Yep.
You got 1, 2, 3.
Yep. And he's been making slight adjustments, but that wind's just done a wee bit and held him there.
She's going to be happy with that. She's switched line as well.
Yep. Paula's just coming with a bit of weight, so that made it worse.
Yeah.
So I'm picking that's 3.
Get under there too.
So we've got the
2 whites and the red.
purple with the black.
Put on yours and
Or
put
red
blue
with
back.
the black
Yeah,
on
with
there
the
to
black.
the right.
Yep. But if Steve Hoff can somehow get to the jack and kick it back a bit, he's got all the stuff over the top, so Serena doesn't want to be short here.
So we've got a forehand or a backhand. I'm just trying to read the starts there.
Looks like she's coming up in the forehand.
She was quite
Oh, yep.
Sorry,
open, wasn't she?
Yep. Well, if she comes around the top, she won't be unhappy with that. That gives them back bowl, so that's just a wee bit of protection.
Doing a little practice swing in the background there, Serena Matthews, but in the meantime it is Steve Hoft.
He's coming up with a bit of aggression. He's got something.
Oh, takes it away and takes it away with him. However, we do have Serena's
back bowl. So if that
her
wasn't,
planning.
yep, just thinking ahead. So 1 down by the indication from Scotty.
Gee, look at the T-shirt. It's really getting a.
Yes,
That's a strong win. The umbrella.
that's starting to make it real tricky out there.
And even the camera may need to be nailed down.
She's given this a fair chance if she comes around that. It's hard to say, isn't it?
It is. I think from every angle it's going to look different.
Yeah.
We would suggest that perhaps the red bowl with the black is the closest at the back as well, behind the jack.
Yeah. But the way Paula was indicating that they were holding, so...
Let's listen in as we get ready for the end here. Although this could take it away.
This should be shot.
We're thinking one.
Scotty's just checking using the fingers. So it's close. Scotty's usually pretty accurate with the... 2.
2 for Houghton Meredith.
Yep.
It takes them up to a 3 on the scoreboard, down 3-5. And we move on into the 6th end. We're going to play the 6th end now, out of the 14. Of course, this is the Summerset mixed pairs. And we are at the Alexandra Bowling Club with the breeze. Well, Noel would put it into a bit of a wind now.
Yeah.
We have been playing at 13 clubs around the Central Otago region. Thank you to all of those clubs, all of the volunteers, and also to all of the Bowls New Zealand staff as well. Certainly, Steve Bell, we've seen some of the locations of these clubs, from the town club, as we'll call this, to Queenstown in the Gardens, Arrowtown with the hills sort of dominating around it. We've got Omakau. You have been to Roxburgh. You were there earlier
Roxburgh.
on.
I've been to, had a look at Ranfurly, Patiaroa. So just lovely little,
small little town.
Lovely little, one-horse towns in a sense of, but the bowling club's, a community hub up here and throughout New Zealand. The bowling club is more than just a bowling club for those communities, and it's one of the great things about our sport.
This is Calvin Scott now. 2 national titles to his name.
2 singles. I was at both of them when he won, so he won in Christchurch just recently. He actually cleaned my clock in post-section play. And I said to him, funny enough at the time, I says, mate, like I was there for your first title, the way you're going in this one, I'll be probably here for your second. And way over tide it did happen. So he was in rare form, and he got through to the certainly the semi-finals, quarterfinals, the pairs that year too. So he had a good year.
What is harder to win then, out of all of the nationals? The singles, or you've got the mixed pairs, you've got the fours?
All of them, I'd say.
There's not one that's harder?
I don't think so.
As an individual more than a team?
Well, like some people excel with 4 bowls. They can be a great 4-bowl player, but not necessarily a good 2-bowl player.
Yeah.
So, it just depends, like for the 4-bowl game, for fours and that, like you've got to have good team, good teamwork, element of luck, and the likes there, singles, lonely sport. It's only you, 4 bowls, and the opposition.
And of course, for the singles, you're going to 21, as in points rather than ends or anything.
Yeah, 21 shots up. Yep. And, like this year we had Shannon and Sheldon. And, at one stage there, Shannon was cruising. And then all of a sudden, Sheldon found a line and a length that worked for him extremely well. And he was, those last few ends, he was outstanding.
Looking now at Serena Matthews with that stance, with the left hand resting on the thigh.
Just whether she's going to get through all that. It's starting to come back now. Just a smidgen high. Yes, when it comes to playing in the wind, the general theory is go out the door a wee bit. Like I'm a firm believer in if you can get the swing hand, the big wide hand, at least your bowl is coming back to the centre line. Whereas if you're on the tight line, you can get blown out.
Well, there's nothing in front of the jack at the moment. All to the side or a little bit behind.
Yep. So this side wind's playing havoc with the line that needs to be taken.
You can see it in the trees behind.
Yep. So Serena's quite a bit tighter with this bowl. Thanks, Scotty. You remembered. You can go and watch it, but
and Serena,
it just needs to run a fraction. Well, it's second shot at worst, so
yeah. You can see
it's
her
not a bad
watching
result.
it come down and almost analysing it with her eyes, saying, "Okay, next time I have to do this."
So next time it's just change one thing. So you just start, especially in the wind, if you start trying to change your line and your weight, you're taking a gamble. So look at this. This bowl's not moving really in terms of bias.
Well, it was going to be against the wind as well.
Yeah, the wind's blowing
around.
straight across it.
So
it's coming from the left to the right.
Yeah, why wouldn't you go on the other side then? Wouldn't it be easier? You've got an empty.
No, not necessarily. No, it's sometimes different bowls, different people. So Serena's on a similar line to her first, that second one.
Serena Matthews here.
Now she's got the weight. She's got a pretty good bowl. And she just a smidgen tight, light on it. So you got the front three sort of red speckle, white speckled bowls, and they're down to that one of Paula's.
Well, they're still going to go on the backhand here, it seems.
Yep. Some people just generally, this is the side I'm playing, and that's it. So it looks high again, doesn't it?
Yes.
See the wind is just holding it. You almost see that it was turning in to probably get that, the one at sort of 11 o'clock. But it, just took a brush, the breeze took it out and it wandered past. Okay, she's a bit higher here.
Yeah, she knows it, coming down behind it. And there's something
But
dramatic happening.
she's playing with big
that
weight.
actually worked possibly
for her.
better.
Yep.
Tapping her own bowl in a little bit more towards the jack.
Yep. She got a good result, as you say.
Yep. Come on. Get down there.
Yeah.
It's always great when someone does that to a player of Calvin Scott's ability. Come on, let's go.
Yep. Yeah, he'll be enjoying it.
And for someone like Calvin, having a little bit of an extra challenge thrown in with the wind.
Yep.
He's like, okay, I can do this.
Yep.
Would that be the mentality of him?
Yeah, it's the toughest thing with the wind is that you just got to throw it down what you think is the right line with the right weight, and sometimes it's going to work well for you. Here's a bit of luck.
Well, it fell the wrong way,
but still shot. So I don't think Calvin can afford to be too aggressive here, because I think he's only got one on the head at the moment. But if he's just looking to play up to it, oh, he's coming big.
Hold your pretty head.
Oh.
Grady.
Well, he was a lot more aggressive.
Yep.
And
Well, he
didn't
took
pay off
because he was playing with that big weight. He was always inside his bowl, so it took it out of the equation.
a little
hops,
bounce down there. Yeah.
Hop, step, and a jump. Might get lucky.
You'll get it this time. Hey? With that one coming over, only the one. Yeah, you are better off sitting the bowl. Speed to here.
Yeah, Scotty's just got to be a bit careful. That bowl that's sitting out about 9 o'clock to the jack is only the lonely, so...
Come on, Kelvin. Come on down, buddy. Run it. Run it.
Oh,
I didn't quite
just
work
a
in the end.
smidgen out there.
And it looks as though we'll just have the one going towards the Houghton Meredith camp. And we'd like to say thank you very much to all of our sponsors and all the volunteers, but particularly our sponsor in Summerset.
Think age is just a number. Love the life you choose at Summerset Retirement Villages.
Yes, indeed, that is Summerset Retirement Villages. Summerset for the mixed pairs here at the Alexandra Bowling Club. We have had a very strong breeze emerge from, well, nothing this morning. It was, or the first game, it was, well, dead calm as such. We even had a few drops of rain out there, and now it's sunny, warm, but breezy. As we have a slight comeback. How's the scoring gone there, Steve?
Well, it's well, they've played 6 ends, and each of them have won 3 of them. The only difference being one shot. Scotty and Serena have picked up a 2-1-2 against the Hoff Meredith combination of 1-2-1. So 2 very good opening bowls there. Steve drawing close and Serena matching that, so it was a good start from both of them there.
Checking on, allowing for the breeze to catch the bowl and just not so much push it away, but just perhaps wobble it a little bit, or oh, gee.
It's another good effort there. That's a good bowl.
That's a great start. And where's that spray? There we go.
Yes, they're sort of favouring the backhand going up there, that because the breeze is coming at and bringing them. Changed her mind.
There you go.
Thanks, Serena.
Yeah.
Love you.
Yeah, it just changes her mind. No, I'm not listening to you.
No. See, if she gets round behind that, it's not all bad. No. Okie dokie.
Really curious about the dimples in the bowls.
Yep.
They're just either a few, I guess, almost Morse code, as I'll call it, reverse Morse code. And they don't affect the roll at all?
No, it's a comfort thing. It's both. You get bowls with what they call rings, which have no dimples on them whatsoever. Some people find, I personally find I don't like the dimples because it just annoys me in my hand.
But what are they there for? Is it for grip?
Grip. It's grip in the main. So you've got varying sort of options. You've got dimpled, a bit like a golf ball around the outside with some Aero put out a one there. It's quite a deep groove so that you can play with a bigger bowl, but with your hand in the grip or the dimple makes it feel smaller in the hand. So
well, that's something I'm quite curious about, because you male, female, taller, shorter person. Some people have big hands.
Yep.
Big wingspan on their hands, as I call it, and others don't.
Yep.
Yet the bowls, how big, small?
Yep. So you can they get as small as 00.
Okay.
And they're not much bigger than an indoor bowl. Through to generally they only go up to about size 5 now, where you've got to have a fair mitt to be able to hang on to them. So, and everything in between, but with the coloured compound being slightly heavier than the black compound, a lot of people have gone down a size because the weight in the bowl will hold it more steady in the trajectory around wind and sort of stuff like that. So back in the olden days, when I first started, the theory was you play with the biggest bowl you could so that you could get the most weight out of the bowl for it to not turn and be affected by the breeze back in the thing there. But the coloured compound, for some reason, don't ask me why, seems to be a heavier compound than the black.
Just always fascinating when you see people of
You can
all shapes and
blast them that
sizes.
way if you
Yeah.
want
I
to.
wonder if they're going to use the same bowl. Obviously not.
No, well, I don't know if you noticed
You
when
can blast
Claire was
them
sitting here,
that
she's
way
got a
if you want
particularly
to.
small hand.
She's
Okay.
quite petite.
Yeah.
All yours.
And in the background,
We've got Rob and Linda coming out and going, what if? Well, this could have been us. Calvin looks like he's on a tighter line, but he's been looking to get under.
That's time, Calvin. Great shot, Calvin.
look at that little pinball bouncing off the
Yep,
wall or bouncing off
that's what
the
he was
other
trying
ones.
to do all the way, and that was a great line. Serena was happy. Paula looks like she's almost falling off it for the delivery, isn't
Got
she?
the back,
She's-
you might as well.
It's a real
draw
lean.
one. Another one.
I guess if it's her style, her lean, and she's perfected it that way, then
Yep.
that's great. But
Yep.
when you first see it, you wonder how she can actually be accurate.
Well,
Although
yeah.
it is after she's
Yeah,
released the bowl.
that's
though.
right. So Scotty's up on that similar sort of line.
So we have Paula Meredith from the Johnsonville club.
Oh, look at that just push out.
Calvin.
Steve Hoff, what club is he from again?
Steve's out of the Point Chev club in,
See if I can-
where would you
In,
call that?
Auckland. It's sort of,
Auckland.
it's relatively a central suburb now,
Yeah.
as it's called.
In your
Not
left.
sure if it is, but it's relatively central, easy to get to anyway.
Yep, I remember we were grading the greens for the Nationals, and they had two magnificent greens, and yet over Christmas they lost both of them because they couldn't get it watered, or something happened with the sprinkler system broke down. So yep. So we've got Morris arriving. So
We'll bring him in maybe at the end of this end and
Bring him
let you
in.
have a little rest for a moment. Maybe you
That's
can go
lovely.
outside and test that wind, put your finger up in the air and see how strong
Yeah.
it actually is.
wind vane. Probably Morris is in here pinching all the lollies, but
It's usually Kernahan's job. Now, has that
well,
changed
him and Kernahan
anything
are they're twin brothers really.
there? So that hasn't actually changed anything there. It still
No.
looks as though it's 1 to the combination of Matthews and Scott.
Yeah,
That
certainly
takes them
does.
to 6-4 if it stays that way, that is.
Yeah, Hofty wasn't too far away with that one because he gave Calvin's bowl a wee tap.
Look at the formation that we've got. Oh, hand on head. Is she happy?
Yep.
Is that the happy look?
She knew she was heavy.
Yeah. Look at the formation. Everything to the left of the jack. Just got
Yep.
one stray bowl out to the right.
So that's the winds coming across that side. So they're the ones that have been pushed across too far, and the guys that are coming down on the forehand have just, bowls with wide, and you can see the bowls just push out. So you'll find that. Yep. Yeah. Yeah, Morris is
Oh, look,
just
that's
abiding,
just
so saying it is it's blowing quite a bit out there. So
We'll send you out in a minute, and Morris can take over the hot seat. We're almost at the end of this one. There's the hand on the knee. Just keeping the balance. Is she happy at this time?
she's interested. She thinks she might be all right.
At the moment, it's 1. No,
Not quite there.
looks as though it's going to be 1. Just the
1
one.
2, the Scott Matthews combination. So it's 6-4 after 7, and I'll hand you over to Morris.
And as we just heard there, 6-4. As we move on to another end, and we'll have Morris Symes coming in just a moment. We'll tap him in, and we'll keep him there for there we go. We've got the score up there. 6-4 it is for Matthews and Scott over Hoft and Meredith. And great to have Morris Symes with me. Morris, wonderful to have you. And you've been getting into the sweets, have you?
I just pinched one of the ladies. Sweets.
I think a few people come in here for some of the sweets. And having a look on the 8th end now. What's it like out there, Morris, the temperature and the wind?
The temperature's dropped quite a lot, and the wind has got quite strong. So from where the players are at the moment, playing down towards the jack now, that forehand side is quite wide, and as you can see, the bowl that Paul is playing now is played a lot narrower than what they were before, but the wind got up.
But this morning it was, well, the first match that we had, the flags were limp there, and now suddenly it's changed.
Exactly, it has, yeah. This morning, because there was lack of wind, the draw on both sides was very much the same. But now it's totally the opposite. It's less draw on the hand that Kelvin's coming up now. To the other side's very wide. So hence the reason why they've changed their tactics in playing that side of the green, because the rule of thumb is the shortest way to the kitty is the best way to go.
And as a player, or even as a coach as well, how do you change that mindset of knowing this is it, oh no, we've got to change that completely?
Yeah, well, some people can change with little effort at all, but some people find it really hard, especially to playing the narrow hand compared with the wide hand, because I find that the lady bowlers would much sooner play the wide hand, where the men can play the narrow hand with a lot of variance between playing and shot with it. When they're playing shot play, it's much easier playing the narrow hand.
What about Serena Matthews here? You've obviously seen her before, and
yes,
the way she comes through and just almost puts a bit of weight on her leg there, uses the other arm. Seems to work very well for her so far.
Well, that is very much the classic style for delivery anyway. Us coaches try to work it where the players, as you can see, Steve has got his bowling cloth in his left hand. Hopefully his arm is slid down over his knee so that his shoulders stay square to the green. And that's what we're trying to do as coaches, because that means you've got the weight transfer equal all the time, and it's much easier to get consistency, and obviously that's what we're all looking for in the game of bowls. Now what Selena does is she seems to guide her bowling arm with her left arm until such time as she goes into her backswing, and that's okay as long as she doesn't keep her left arm supporting that bowling arm.
Morris, for you, you're at the Fitzroy Bowling Club in New Plymouth at the moment.
Yes.
What would happen if someone came along who was really enthusiastic about their bowls, young or older, and they were very good, but their style was, shall we say, unorthodox? What do you do then as a coach?
Well, first and foremost, every person is born with a style, and whatever the style is that they start playing with, I never change the style. What I do is try and get their point of delivery where you're supposed to have nose, toes and bowl all at the same point at your point of your delivery. So the style, how you get it there, like if you see some of the Australian top class players, some of the deliveries are, you'd say they're shocking. But where we in New Zealand try and get the perfect style so that everything is going forward through your delivery, your shoulder stays square to the ground, your follow through arm, your bowling arm stays dead straight, and you follow right through your delivery so that you're actually finishing up about a metre in front of the mat after you've delivered the bowl. Because the worst thing you can do is deliver your bowl and then go backwards, such as what Steve just did then. because it's made him deliver the bowl too fast, and what's happened is he played it too wide. Whereas if he had have followed through properly with his bowl, it would have gone down the line that he was trying to get it in. Now, if Serena's got a second delivery style, see that style she's got now? Now, see how her right-hand shoulder has dropped right down. Where she was doing the delivery from the last one or the one before, it was totally different. It was her earlier delivery was really good style. I'm not saying that one was bad style because she didn't finish that far away, but it is different. And you can see this wind is starting to create havoc for them. You know, you'll see the heads, like the early heads in the game that I saw or watching, the heads were really close. But now they're starting to get spread out, and you know, they're getting out to a metre apart, metre away from the jack.
Just trying to see the closest that we can find there. It appears to be the blues speckled probably at about 2 o'clock, would you say, or 1:30? It's a little difficult to tell. That's one of the Steve Hoft and Paula Meredith. When we see Meredith here, she really falls away after she releases, though. So it shouldn't matter, is it?
No, at the point
release?
of delivery, she's still correct, and that was what I was saying here before. At the point of delivery is where we're trying to get everything right so that they're going forward from there. And you can see Mike Kernahan sitting in the background. He's watching exactly what's happening there so that he can advise his squad members. Like afterwards, he'll have a session with Kelvin.
Great ball, Kelvin.
Very good ball.
And it sits, just drops down even better, doesn't it?
I know, yep. Now, Paula's playing with weight here to try and disturb, and she may get, oh no, she didn't get a result out of it.
Close.
But she was close to getting a result.
Holding the shot, Scotty, a touch on Jack's worth 3.
So Kelvin will try and play exactly the same shot now and hope that he gets into the line of the white and trails it as Serena is asking.
Great ball, Kelvin.
He's just drawn another good one.
One thing we've noticed with Kelvin is that he's able to put 1, 2, 3 almost in a row.
Yes, his weight control is extremely good. And that is very...
Oh, there we go. Let's see what Paula Meredith from the Johnsonville Club can do here. What do you think, Morris?
She's close. She's close. Oh, the wind's got it.
Oh, it really has changed it, hasn't it? Oh, you think we're on 2 here for the white bowl of Calvin Scott?
I definitely do.
Just the 2?
Yep.
All right, we'll give them 2 more on that. Take them up to 8-4 at the end of this end as we come into the 9th. Of course, it's 9 of 14. There we go. Now you can see he's getting some coaching tips there.
I love to help and support any bowler, regardless of whether they're top class or average club bowler. To see someone playing good and knowing that you've given the advice that they need to be able to play good is rewarding.
Well, I was asking Steve Beale about the size of a bowl or the weight of the bowl for the size of someone's hand, because obviously some people got smaller hands and other people bigger, and say for an average size hand, male hand, you're looking for the middle type of bowl, or you're looking for something bigger, smaller. What's the general rule?
Well,
for a novice player, or relatively novice.
For a novice player, I would be advising them to play with a bowl that is comfortable in their hand, regardless of size. My personal opinion is that all bowlers should play with the biggest bowl that they can handle for 2 reasons. One, the bigger the bowl, the less effect the wind has on it. And 2, you can actually, if the greens are not playing perfectly well, the bigger bowl doesn't react to any undulations or problems that there may be in the green. But the wind factor is a major one, as far as the small bowl gets blown around quite a lot. And as for which is the right size bowl to play with, I coach a young 15-year-old boy that's got hands very small, and he plays with a size 5 bowl. Yet I've got people that I coach that have got mitts on them that could handle a size 10 bowl, and they play with a size 3.
Oh.
And the problem that I have with that is the guy playing with a small bowl, that he should have at least a 4 or a 5 bowl. The problem I have with that is he grabs a bowl and he gets it back into the back of his palm. And once you get a bowl back in there, it means that you're cradling it, and it means that you're actually throwing it rather than delivering it, because you should be delivering it off that middle finger off your hand, not from the back of your palm.
Oh, that's a nice way of putting it. Yeah, the middle finger.
Yep.
Not the palm.
No.
Okay, we've got that. Getting some free coaching lessons here. This is all good. For you, Morris, with your experience around New Zealand and around the world, what would say be the hottest time or the hottest location you played a tournament and it was just stinking hot, putting it mildly?
Well, I think New Zealand conditions are as hot as they are anywhere that I've played. I actually haven't played in India, and they tell me that is really hot. But yeah, some of the places we played in New Zealand, it gets really hot. Like it was back in New Plymouth we were playing. We had 3 days over Christmas where it was over 40 degrees on the bowling green.
Wow.
That is hot, and I mean
that
burning
is
hot.
Yeah.
Then there's different heats on bowling greens. Like here in the central Otago, the heat is a hot heat, whereas in Taranaki, the heat is a humid hot heat. So you're not only getting the heat, you're also perspiring something terribly.
Yeah. And that's tiring.
It is. You must drink a lot of water. Even though I'm not one for drinking water, I actually do it in New Plymouth.
We're talking here to, I hope you don't mind me calling you a bowling legend of New Zealand, Morris Symes. And Morris, what about when you play somewhere like Auckland or maybe Whangarei? It really is humid there at times. And that is just saps your body.
Yeah.
You have to drink, or you have to think the greens are going to play differently, aren't they?
They do play differently. Generally, the weather patterns that we have in the country.
That one of Calvin Scott, sorry, just passes. In the meantime, we have a couple of bowls there by Houghton Meredith that are sitting just behind the jack. Sorry there, Morris.
Yeah, so in the north, you're right. The humid heat tends to give problems to bowling greens. Paul has just played a brilliant shot. I was lucky enough to be. I played in the Johnsonville club with Paula for near on 5 or 6 years before I shifted to Christchurch, and Paula won a lot of Wellington Centre titles and huge amount of titles within the Johnsonville club, and a very popular player, very popular. Calvin's just drawn the second shot, I think.
You think we might be? Here we go. Let's have a look. What's
No.
the second one?
No, Calvin's drawn the shot, and it doesn't look like it from where we're looking from
it really
here.
doesn't, does it?
But Steve has just signalled that he's one down.
So if you were Paula Meredith, how are you going to go here?
Well, she'll be trying to reach that bowl of Calvin's.
She's hopping and skipping down the green.
Yeah,
I love that.
She's close. Oh no, the wind's got it and blowing it around.
So it gets the red.
You just frustration there from Paula Meredith. as we see Serena Matthews and Steve Hoff now taking their places by the mat. That jack from this angle looks quite exposed, doesn't it?
It does. Serena's actually got a really good shot on here. She can actually turn the jack around the corner and make a number out of it if she touches a jack, whereas Steve is going to be trying to sit that bowl of Kelvin's down on the forehand side, which is the narrow side of the green.
You're getting some fan mail coming through there, Morris.
He wants to know whether Kelvin's changed his stance and delivery. I'll talk about that because everyone makes the comment that Kelvin's playing the forehand, and when you look at it and when you see it, he's actually playing the backhand.
That's something Steve Bell mentioned, that's sometimes quite hard to actually read him.
Exactly, it is. I played with Kelvin for many years in Canterbury, and I'd say to him, please play the backhand down here, and I'd be looking at him, he's playing the forehand. I think, well, he shouldn't be doing that, but he was playing the backhand the same as what I was asking for.
So is it just his initial starts, or what changes?
When he's having his next bowl, I'll explain it to you what he does, because it's effective, and as I said to you before, styles, you're born with a style, and I never try and change it. All I do is make sure that the point of delivery is good. Serena's just drawn a fantastic shot. But as you can see, if she was to turn that jack around the corner, she'll make all of those bowls of Kelvin's count. Looks like Steve is going to try and follow her in now.
I'm not sure about his footwork at the end. But
It's not good.
Oh.
He's pretty close here.
I'll wait for this.
Oh no, he's gone past.
So we're looking at just a one?
I think it was two, but we'll soon see.
No one's giving us an indication here. Come on, give us a couple of fingers in a nice way. So we're not sure if this is a one. Well, we're thinking it's a two. Can't quite see whether it's a one or a two on this. There we go. Is Paula going to this?
Yeah, she is.
How's your eyesight on that one?
Not good from here.
No, me neither. So we'll just get a little bit of a check on that one in just a moment, and we'll come back. And
two. It's a two. It's now a 10-4 after 9 ends.
Okay, 10-4 after 9. Okay.
So my eyesight wasn't too bad after all.
Yeah, you were doing pretty good there. Well done. Most impressive. Just as we change the electronic scoreboard for you.
Kelvin.
There we go.
Lovely bowl, mate.
In fact, just do a little bit of an alteration there with the scoreboard, and it should be just about right. There you go. What do you think of that scoreboard there, Morris?
Yeah, correct.
Okay. Now you're talking. Okay, let's have a look on the next one there for Calvin Scott and see.
As long as the girls give us a close-up.
All right, I'm sure they'll give us a nice view of Calvin Scott in just a moment here. There we go.
There you are. Now look, you think he is going to play his forehand here, and he's actually playing his backhand, and it's just because of his way his anchor foot is facing, and he takes a bowl across his body rather than a straight backward and straight forward follow through, which is what we try and promote. But as you can see, it works perfectly.
It does. Just a little touch on the way through. Doesn't really move the jack very far, but he does just clip it. There's that sort of toss of the head.
And he's also showing you something else that I totally agree with. Sunglasses, wearing sunglasses during play. I'm not totally against sunglasses, but if you don't have them on all the time,
Someone's trying to put you off. It just happens to be Kernahan.
Yeah.
Better just make sure we've got the sweets locked up. He'll disappear.
Oh, because he's into the sweets.
Oh, he is. Yeah.
Yeah.
So you're saying that sunglasses, don't wear them when you're taking the shot. Put them on afterwards if you need them.
Yeah, but you need to be in the, like Serena's got hers on and they're staying on. So the sunlight and the vision that you've got stays the same all the time.
Okay.
Where Kelvin is taking his off when he plays but has them on when he's not playing. And that can sometimes subtract away from your focus on the other end of the green when you're playing from this end to the other end or vice versa.
So it's almost like your shot making, be consistent.
Yes.
If you're consistent in shot making, be consistent in everything else almost.
Yes.
Sunglasses, hat perhaps. And you can actually hear a bit of that wind. It is.
It is. It's starting to blow quite strong out there. That's why Mike Kernan's come inside because he's a bit of a softy. It's getting a bit too cold for him.
Well, that's nice. And that is the shot. It is the shot, I'm sure.
It is, by far. See, again, Serena's delivery. See how that is not what you'd call a classic delivery for anyone, because it's making her right shoulder drop down. She's going to prove me a liar here.
I think she'll enjoy that. And looks from here that it's going to be the white bowl of Calvin Scott, or is the blue still staying in it?
It's very close, I think.
We mentioned about hot locations to play.
Yep.
What about the coldest one? Can you remember one particular occasion?
Yes, I can.
Straight away.
I played quite a lot in the Northern Hemisphere in our winters, and we played it at Aberdeen in Scotland.
Could you get any higher?
And to be honest, we thought we were going to be playing bowls in the afternoon, so we arrived at our destination and our accommodation about 11 o'clock in the morning. And at 1 o'clock in the afternoon, we noticed that all the schools were starting to go into class, and at the same time it was snowing, and this is in the middle of summer, or the Aberdeen summer, and consequently we didn't start playing bowls till 8 o'clock at night because of the sun, the daylight patterns in Scotland are just totally the opposite. Well, not opposite, but it's the same as the South Island,
yes.
the bottom of the South Island. They have long twilights. They have huge long twilights in Scotland. So we weren't starting playing bowls till 7 or 8 o'clock at night and finishing about 11 o'clock, and it was still in daylight. But man, it was so cold, as you can imagine. With Steve's just played a brilliant shot. In fact, I think Serena's last bowl might have turned their closest bowl out as well, so they might be 2 down.
How she controls her breathing there. It's almost exhaling, just...
And that's another, I'll tell you about that as well. Like I'm a great believer in that breathing. Generally, at the changeover in a game, I deep breathe on the way down to the mat to just relieve any pressures I may have before especially if I'm playing a pressure shot. So I'm a great believer in it, and Serena does all of those. She's a bit of a bionic lady. She's a mad on training. She does lots of walking. She does a lot of exercise. That's good. They may have 3 shots here.
with all 3 of the
blue ones.
Yeah.
Okay.
It'll be a measure between this black back blue one and that front red one. But they definitely have
It's
2.
a beautiful view there of the jack. And we'll see.
So it'll be interesting to see which hand Kelvin plays here, whether he sticks
We'll
to
have
the
to guess,
forehand.
won't we?
I'll be able to tell you because I know how he does it. So he's actually playing his backhand, although it looks like he's going to play his forehand.
Yeah. I don't know how you got that from that standing position.
Yeah, no, he's quite. He's so unique. This is good. This is good. He's going to get the white here. Oh no, he has. He missed it.
Gee. I have to
That's another
ask.
interesting thing to talk about is the way that Paula holds the bowl in her hand. You can see it's cocked over onto the outside bias, not on the.
One down now, mate.
We'll
Loved
have
it.
a look when
Yeah, I
she.
loved
We'll
the
have a
speed.
look to see how Calvin holds it, and then how Paula Meredith.
Kelvin's holding of the bowl is perfect. That's the perfect way to hold the bowl. You can see it comes out of his hand absolutely on the bias, no wobble,
Fine hard, Calvin.
and he's got another great bowl here.
Beautiful bowl, Calvin.
He's got the. Oh no,
I
he's
just-
missed.
It was beautiful in the sense that he touched the jack, however, just a little push towards the blue, but then it's only one now, isn't it?
Yes, only one.
So he's taken away that potential 3 to make it 1. Let's have a look at the hold here.
You can come in here, just drawing. Any movement on mine's all right. Find that hole.
Got the instructions.
See how she's holding the bowl?
It was on an
That is
ankle.
yeah, that is very unnatural. In fact, I didn't realise that she did it like that.
So-
It's pretty effective though, I can assure you. Oh, she's pretty close here. Oh, hard luck. She was a bit too fast, that was all.
So we're looking at,
One to the
One.
blue, one to Hoft and Meredith.
okay, we'll tag that on and take them to 5.
They need to score.
Yeah, they need to get some big numbers, don't they?
Well, at least one in, they need to get a big number.
I heard the sigh of relief.
That is Serena Matthews there. She's got the microphone on. The others haven't, but we can get that little glimpse of them just chatting away or making a few comments as they go through. Who's the most talkative player that you've played with? Is there some players that just won't stop talking? In the nicest possible way, of course. Don't say it was Steve Beale. He's coming back at some stage.
No, he certainly, he talks, but he doesn't talk that much.
Are there some players that do, maybe it's a relaxing thing for them, but they just chat away?
Yeah, there's a lot of players that talk a lot, but it may be that it's a bit of a nervous thing.
Yeah.
I don't hardly ever talk.
People
Unless
can
I'm trying
probably
to
get
get
what you're thinking, maybe.
unless I'm trying to get a point across, then they hear me. Yeah, it's difficult. Like, I had the reputation at one point of being the hardest skip that ever played for New Zealand.
That's a question that when I put it to Steve Beale, who obviously he was in your team 2 years ago when you won the 4s here, he did make the comment that you wanted to do what you directed him to do. He did say there was one time he didn't, but luckily whoever came after him managed to actually get it right. Yeah, you mentioned that. What was that like winning the 4s here? I mean, you won a few
great
national
thrill.
titles, but it was great, wasn't it?
Great thrill, yeah. I think 4s is the pinnacle because of the fact that you've got to meld as a team. You've got to have compatibility. The whole thing's got to work together. To give you the story about how we played that tournament, we played at Roxburgh on the first day of the competition, and we lost the first game of the competition quite badly. And me wanting to win, we went inside to have our lunch, and I went outside by myself and I sat and thought about things well, how can I make it turn around or how we can change things? And I decided that the only way I was going to do it, because we weren't combining well as a team, was to change the positions of the players. So I called the 3 guys out with me onto the balcony at Roxburgh, and I says, now listen guys, I said, do you want to win this event? Or are we just going to make up the numbers? I said, oh no, we want to win, we want to win. I says, well, we're not going to win it playing the way we're playing at the moment, with the combination the way we've got it at the moment. I've been thinking about it for the last hour, and I've decided that we need to change. And I said, Steve, I know this is no slur on you, but I said, I want you to go back and play number 2, and I want John to come up and play number 3, and Craig stay at lead. Well, we never lost another game after that, including win the tournament. So, you know, I try to build a team. I try to build ends from the very first bowl, and I think I'm pretty good at recognising what's the best for us as a team and what length we should play, but more so I'm good at working out what is not good for the opposition. So I play to our strengths and their weaknesses, and there's other things I do, such as if there's wind blowing, I'll play long ends into the wind with short ends with the wind behind me.
How do you do that? That's
Well, Morris,
awesome.
there you go. How do you do that? Awesome. That's a
He does it because he's good.
yeah, exactly. Just one thing.
And the other thing is, as Serena just said, how do you do that? That's good. But Kelvin is so consistent with his bowl speed, he's able to put on a foot or take off a foot. And 9 times out of 10, that's going to be the difference between having the shot and not having the shot.
Close, buddy.
Someone else's.
Eat the blue,
There you
you'll
go.
have
They're
it.
coming through. They're loving you, hearing you, Morris Symes, as we watch Calvin Scott here. Just gets down the delivery that sometimes can be a little bit hard to read which way he's going, but it's perfect in its own sense. Slowly coming forward, but not quite enough. No. Morris, what about in the women's fours final, where it took until the 17th end that very experienced bowlers were having a bit of a struggle there. We're talking about Val Smith and Deb White in particular. So what they did then, they suddenly brought the jack way up. I mean, it was, but it wasn't only on the 17th that they did that, because they were having a bit of a struggle.
Yes.
Bring it right up. What a late change, though, isn't it?
It is. It is.
If you beat the blue, you'll have it, Kelvin.
Well, I can tell you now that in the semi-finals, Val Smith was playing against Val Symes, and it was 12 all after 12 ends, and Val changed the tactics by pulling the mat.
Good effort, mate. Good effort.
Pulling the mat and playing short ends, and that rattled Val's team into the fact that they dropped 2 2s and a 3 and 3 ends, which basically was the game all over.
It just seemed like a very late time to do that adjustment on the 17th.
No, it's well, exactly. I hear what you're saying.
Okay, well, there we go. Just a little bit of a questions come through. You get them on text, I get them on notes. Ask Morris whose bowls he played with on day 1 of the mixed pairs. Is there a story here?
There is. There's a big story.
Oh,
and
big story. Go for it.
I've no doubt the people are trying to embarrass me on the television.
I'm sorry, it's not me.
I don't mind. It doesn't worry me. But on before the first day of the mixed pairs, as per usual, I do everything for the team, organise everything, what have you, and came getting organised for vehicles to take the players and their bowls to the greens. So I picked up all the bowls that I thought were the people's bowls to go to one green and put the other bowls into the other car for them to go to the green. Well, I just so happened to put my bowls in the wrong car and put the guy that was playing at the other green in my car. So on the first day of the mixed pairs, I played with another set of bowls and he had to play with my bowls. And we finished up only winning one game on the first day, and because they're saying, well, you didn't have your own bowls. But the other guy played and won 3 games with my set. And my story to that is, well, they were well trained.
So, yeah, your bowls were very well trained, and he took advantage of it.
Yeah, exactly. And it just so happens that they qualified and we didn't. And last night he came to me and asked me whether he could borrow my bowls to play post section today. And he did.
Oh, okay, and he did. You could have said no.
Is that a counter?
Oh. Okay, she's doing the hand on the thigh. Not sure she's overly happy with that at the moment.
Oh, she's narrow.
Yeah, I
Oh
like
no,
it.
she's not. She's on the wide. She's on the narrow hand, so she's good. Oh, she's gone through the hole.
All right, so what are we looking at here? The one. We're looking.
It looks like it's only one, but it might have been. Well, it can't have been a measure because they haven't measured.
Yeah, gee, it was quite tight to be able to figure it there, but they seem to be happy. And let's have a look as Paula takes a bit of a step across to the scoreboard. I think we're going to be able to zoom in on that, perhaps. She's changing the scoreboard. We think it's a 1 to Houghton Meredith, you think? It is a 1. No, to Matthews and Scott. Okay, they go up to 11. I got the sign language there coming through. And we go through into the 12th end. I don't know where you're...
Now, there's quite a story to that scoreboard.
Yeah, okay.
As you will see, Paula and Steve, after 11 ends, have only won 4 ends compared with 7 by Kelvin and Serena.
So they've been
More
smaller
consistent.
scores. But we've got smaller scores or just more consistent? What have we...
Yeah, the scores are still... There's the largest score that's been scored is a 2, but scoring in 7 ends compared with 4 makes a difference.
What have you got coming through there, Morris?
I'm getting rubbish thrown at me now.
Oh, good stuff. All right, what's some of that rubbish that you can actually say?
They're saying it's inspired leadership that I'm talking about.
It's probably coming from Steve Beale behind the screen there.
Yeah, Steve Beale and John Gray.
There you go.
Oh, good. Oh, yeah.
Morris, what about when you've just got the jack there or maybe one other bowl compared to when you've got a big grouping? Does it change you mentally? Or does having a big group of bowls there, is that like your target, or just when you've got the jack, is that enough?
Well, I never see the jack when I'm playing. I'm more concentrating on the line and the length that I've got to play it to. I'm obviously looking at their closest bowl that I've got to beat if there is a bowl there. But if there's no bowl there, I'm just trying to get as close as I possibly can to the white. But I never look at the white.
Okay.
I'm always looking at the line that I'm taking.
I wonder if that's an approach that many relative new people...
They should do, yeah.
Right.
To give you a
Because
bit
I think
of
we get white line fever or jack fever, perhaps. Would that be the case?
Yeah, exactly. I do what you call target bowl. I find a mark, whether it be a peg, or something that is fixed, nothing that's not fixed. Like I don't take bowling bags or something that can be moved. But if you see the pegs on the end of the rink or the numbers on the rink next door or a scoreboard, they're always good. You know, I have actually used trees that are in behind the scenery. But as long as you're making sure that you're taking a target to something, once you've got your line and you get your bowls back to the centre, the biggest problem I have in bowls is people not getting their bowls back to the centre line. And when I'm coaching, I do coaching and I put 2 pins out on the green to a point where they've got a bowl between those 2 pins. And if I've done that, their bowl should come back to the centre line. So that teaches them how to target bowl or take a focus point, which is the New Zealand way of doing it. I don't coach doing the focus point because I believe that if I'm playing someone that I know that uses that system, I shift the mat around them on the light so that it takes that focus point away. Whereas if you're taking a target off something 136 metres away, doesn't matter how far you take it out, it doesn't move very much away from the target line that you're using.
Well, that's fascinating, just the targets, as you're saying, and what you pick rather than picking the jack as your target. I mean, of course you want to go close to it, but picking more of a solid target where it is rather than the jack in that case. Morris, do you think we should let Steve Beale sit down, and maybe he might have a question for you as well? Should we let him sit down with us? I think we might have a Steve, once he gets the mic on there, and have a little chat. And as we continue on the 12th end, it is Matthews and Scott 11-5. All right, Steve.
So Morris has been telling stories, has he?
A few stories, but very much helping me out with some encouragement. I think some great advice as well.
Oh, that's good. That's good.
I've got to be to the red with weight, haven't I?
That wind's just doing enough out there to be awkward.
Okay.
Yeah, well, the heads are widening away. They're not, they're not tight like they were at the very start of the game.
Just going to get is that a couple now? Oh, it might be a few more, is it? It's sort of hard to tell this angle, isn't it?
I think the Meredith bowl behind might be second shot. These guys need to score at least a 2 or a 3 here.
Yep.
And the bowls are
Scotty's
not in good
bowls
position.
Scotty's bowls looked like locked in. It did take a bit of moving. He's just hanging.
It's coming now. It's
Yeah.
going to be close, but not close enough.
Oh, that net falling out against the bias.
It's like fish biting and you never land it. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah. I agree.
Well, we're on the same page.
I would say that Kelvin's going to try and get a bowl in between the 4 blue bowls, just to make sure that he's got it covered from dropping a number.
I like that with your first.
Oh, no, he's playing his forehand. I actually don't know what he's trying to do here.
He's covering by the sound of it.
Well, the cover needs to be on the other side.
Yeah.
Come on down, buddy. Come on down. Beautiful bowl, Scotty.
2.
We got the backers. No, we only had one on the head before, so.
If Paula can get that kitty to move out to the left side, or right as you look at it, they could have had 5 shots.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's good. Two or three.
It looks running
Good
for
call.
cover this.
So he's now playing the shot that I was suggesting he would play with his first. If he sits in the middle of that,
Good call, Scotty.
it's not coming back.
Great ball, mate.
Backist, second prize.
Yep. Whatever it's doing, it's covering.
That's Paula looking this time. Looks
Wide.
Two
2
wide.
down.
I'll just... Yep, that's it. 2.
that's just about game, set, and match.
Eight behind with 3 to go is against these two will be pretty difficult.
Well, Morris, are you happy to stay with us until the completion of this match? It's only a couple of ends. Go on. I'll take that as a yes, shall I?
He's got the rest of the fours team and his good lady Val sitting in the main clubhouse listening to him.
Well, if they're all listening, what's for tea?
I think it's John Gray's turn to be organiser for that.
Okay.
Actually, Morris, just on that story about the bowls perhaps going with the wrong person, who was that person who actually managed to take advantage of them?
Craig McDonnell, our lead in the fours. He was the lucky one to get those bowls of mine that are so well trained.
I got to see a bit of that happening, and Craig's bowls went quite differently without the wobble. That he normally sends them up. Morris sent them up smooth as, and they went in all sorts of directions.
Not by me, they didn't. I actually enjoyed playing with them. I used to play with the same bowl as what Craig plays with until Nilesh Patel, the Hunter Bowls man, supplied me with a set of GTRs, which if anyone's listening and thinking about bowls, I would advise you to try a set of GTRs.
Always the salesman.
Yeah. Hope you're listening, Nilesh. Or Ken Brown, for that matter.
Dave and I were talking the other day, Morris, about who have you seen and who would be the best bowler that you've seen around NZ?
Around New Zealand, well,
Great shot down there.
not many people like me saying this, but best bowler I've seen is Gary Lawson. The best player I've ever played with is Kevin Darling, now deceased.
Where have you been staying, Steve?
He was my pick as the most gifted I've ever played with.
I can tell you a few stories about Kevin. I used to have a countrywide singles in New Zealand,
Big bonus after a day on the green.
and I played Kevin in the final 2 years in a row, and unfortunately I lost both of them. But on one of them,
That's good, Calvin.
it was the best of 3 sets. sorry, 2 sets and a tiebreaker. In the first time I played him, he beat me 2 sets to nothing. Then in the second one, we were 1 set all playing the tiebreaker, and I held 3 shots. And Kevin stepped on the mat and he says, I'm going to trail the jack into the ditch, and on the follow through I'll take your back bowl up, which I'd put for a cover in case he did that. And he says, well, I'll finish up with the shots.
In the middle of the ring.
And he did exactly what he wanted, exactly what he said.
Okay.
He nominated. He did it.
Yeah. Neville Hill's got quite a few Kevin Darling stories of some amazing shots too. So. What about overseas?
Oh, overseas, the Scottish boys are the best that I've seen.
Marshall,
Alex Marshall would be number 1. In England, Tony Alcock and David Bryant, obviously, they were at the end of their tether when I was at my height, but they were still very, very good. Gary Smith, he played pairs with in the World Indoor Championships against me a couple of times, and he was very good as well as a lead.
Yeah. Got a bit of a loose head here, haven't we? That's 2.
Happy if you want to split them.
And that's a shot that Kelvin's going to play. He'll play as he may play his forehand. No, he's playing his backhand. Again, you can't tell, but that's I can assure you that's what he's doing.
Didn't like it.
No.
Played with good speed.
Paula can get another one in here. It's going to put the pressure on Serena to do something.
Yeah, she's going to have to.
Especially if she taps that one of her own. Oh, she's made the target bigger. Still, it's only 2 balls wide, so.
Okay.
Well, Morris Symes on this now. You've got Serena Matthews coming in. She's got 2 bowls. You're her coach on these 2 bowls. What are you going to tell her?
I'm going to tell her to play her backhand down for the split, try and split that last bowl of Paula's, and the whole 3 will go off the head. Play them with ditch weight or her own speed. And we're about to find out what her own speed is, I think.
She played a bomb earlier in the game.
She's a bit wide. But that's exactly what she was trying to do. She was trying to hit that middle red bowl with the idea that that would punch the blue one out the side of the jack and the other one out the other side. And she'd be left with the shot with the front bowl, her own bowl.
Well, this is Steve Hoft here.
And he'll be looking to add another one so that puts more pressure on Serena. And he has. He's actually made it better.
Have I got to try the way you went?
So we're on 4 at the moment. That
Yes.
we can see. Yes, 2 blue and 2 red. That would be 4 to the combination of Hoft and Meredith, taking them to 9. So it does mean the last
Tighten up.
end does count. Does really count.
Up to this time.
She's closer here.
Yeah,
She's very close. She's got it. Killed it.
Got the kill. Second prize.
Go down there, don't we? Oh. Oh,
Yeah, so now the 2 skips need to come up to this end to play first because of the 2-4-2 format that we're playing.
thank you.
Morris, I have to ask, because I ask everybody in that chair about kills. Now, bowlers seem to obviously love them because it takes a lot of skill. It's quite often a very much a drive. Do you think it's a good part of the game to keep on being able to replay? I mean, I just want to hear your reasons. I mean, I'm fascinated by it.
Well, it's part of the game.
Yeah.
You know, we play in the midweek gala tournaments, and that we played that you place the jack on the 2 metre mark and carry on playing. But I am a great believer that the drive is part of the game, and if it's good enough to kill whatever the score is against them, it's a good shot.
So basically, you're rewarding the drive. Well, it's probably going to be a drive to actually kill the end, isn't it?
Yep.
Just always fascinated in sports where you can have an instant replay as such. It almost is an instant replay of that end.
Well, you'll find that generally the replay is totally different. It's hard to play the same end twice in a row.
Of course, this is the Summerset mixed pairs. We've had the Summerset National Fours and now the mixed pairs, and tomorrow it is even tougher with quarters, semis and finals, although some pairs are actually playing 4 matches today, which is again very tough. The headquarters here at the Alexandra Bowling Club, we've had 15, make that 13 clubs all around the central Otago region. 8 days of competition coming to a climax tomorrow. And at the moment in this particular contest, well, 13-5, you might think that's a long way to go. However, you can get an 8. How many 8s have you seen in your time, Morris?
In 2-4-2, I haven't seen them. Generally, with 2 players playing, it's very hard to get the combination of bowls going. In 4s games, it's very possible. I've seen it quite a few times in that. In the National Intercentre, not last year, the year before, one team got 2 8s in a row from Bay of Plenty.
John Gray.
Yes.
Yes. Yeah, they were right out of it. I remember that now. Right out of the game, and then Johnny played a bomb, moved the jack, 8. Well, that's good. Halfway back in the game and blow me down. Next end, 8.
The second one was bad decision by the opposition skip, but still got an 8. I'm sure he's too wide.
Getting back a fair way.
Jack level.
But his perfect weight.
Yeah.
His bowl speed is absolutely perfect.
So, Morris, have enjoyed Central Otago again this year. I know you're really impressed first time down.
Yeah, I think it's good. Certainly good for the Central Otago Centre. I found the greens weren't quite as good as they should be, but it's the same for everyone. But
Here she comes.
I think they certainly need to have some help and support to get the greens better than they are.
Little trail.
And the food and the hospitality.
Yes.
Southbridge in New Zealand.
Now that I don't drink, it doesn't really worry me too much, but 2 years ago, I can assure you it was pretty good.
Close as you can, mate.
You celebrated well. I seem to remember.
Good. Yeah, it's pretty easy.
This is a good bowl. If he's got the same weight, he'll be
Lovely bowl,
close to the
Calvin.
kitty.
All the way, buddy. Beautiful bowl.
Yep. He's pretty deadly with 4 bowls, isn't he?
Exactly, and that's the beauty of this game, is that the person in the middle playing the 4 bowls, if they can be on line and on playing with good weight, they're always going to set a head up.
Good to get the back now.
So there's no 4s or 5s in this head at the present time, so
Yes, Calvin.
I don't think Steve's got any option but to try and kill the head somehow.
Good bowl.
Yeah, you got the pretty good mix and match there, so there's no numbers to be had just yet.
Oh, that's a big ask. We'll be trying, though.
Ooh. If you got onto that front one, I would have punched that white one through, but just
bowl,
clip that
Calvin.
wing bowl.
We just can't. It's not. That's why I was trying to get to the blue one with me first.
Yes, perfect spot there. I'll
But
just-
we've got enough room. Like if they get those two, you're still over there, aren't you? Does yours beat the front two?
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, so all they're trying to do at the moment is to pair up the bowls so that they can't drop a number. So Serena's going to try and do another cover, and that will take any chance of dropping numbers away. There's the Bill Clements dog trying to get in on the act down the end there. So that actually takes everything away. There is no chance of dropping a number now. So as you can see, the 2 bowls of Serena's are the counters, and Kelvin's front bowl is, if not 3rd shot, it's definitely 4th shot. So unless Steve can do something special with his last bowl, it'll be shake hands time.
Just go right back.
Yes, that's obviously Scotty's very happy with how the head lies. He's just encouraging Serena just draw another one in. It's the maximum by the look of it they can, and Hofty's got to play a bomb to make 2, and 2's not going to be good enough. Serena's just
So Serena's just played another bomb.
Yeah.
Steve's asked if he's got 2 seconds. I would say he's lucky if he's got 1/4.
This potentially could be it, and the Summerset mixed pairs, this particular contest. We've got Steve Hoff and Paula Meredith against Calvin Scott and Serena Matthews. Here we go. I'll leave it to you, Morris.
He's on a good line, definitely on a good line. It's all on his speed now. He's gone over the top of it. So it's,
There we go.
there we are.
Game, set,
Game,
match.
set, and match.
And it is a win there for Calvin Scott and Serena Matthews. We say thank you very much there to Morris Symes. Great to have you, and we'll let you get back there. And I really appreciate everything you told us, because it's educated a few people along the way. So thank you very much for that, and certainly much appreciated.
Thanks very
In the
much.
meantime, Steve Beale, well, nice win there for Scott and Matthews.
Yep, they're they've got to be well favoured to go right through. Like I'm not too sure who's still alive in the other greens, but no offence to the others that are out there at the moment. But the smart money would be on Calvin and Serena going all the way. based on what they've been doing now. But with this wind coming up, it evens up the playing field a bit.
All right, that is a very good win there for Calvin Scott and Serena Matthews in the Somerset mixed pairs. And we've got some highlights coming up.